kita sayang-sayangi, sayangi.
Buah mangga, buah pepaya dimakan enak rasanya. Indonesia ragam budaya, kita harus menjaganya.
Jalan-jalan naik kereta, jangan lupa pakai sepatu. Walau
sudah berikut namun tidak mengingani si Bambang Kajula-jula, si Bambang Kajula-jula. Sik sik si batu manikam dipa joget sudah berikut namun tidak mengingani si Bambang Kajula-jula, si Bambang Kajula-jula. Andor-andor gotilo, andor-andor gotilo, tilo tilo di Poltakulan. Paula Sobinoto, Paula Sobinoto. Ula-ula di Parjalan. Sik sik si batu manik
se kokondao yarabe sorendoreri uflen so bani nema baki pase arafa bie aswara kwa arafa bie aswara kwa
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and good morning. May peace and well-being be upon us all. Welcome to the International Conference organized by the Student Organization of Blood Bank Technology, Educate to Elevate, co-hosted by Stikus Rajapusi Bojonegoro and Stikus Pemkab Jombang. The Honorable Chairperson of Stikus Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta, Dr. R. Surya Hadiono, SPOGK, DTRM NB, The Honorable Mrs. Wiwit Sapfianti, SPD MSc, Head of the Blood Bank Technology Study Program, Diploma 3 Program, Stikus Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta. Our distinguished speakers, Dr. Nana Ratna Arfanti from Directorate of Referral Health Service Development, Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia. Ms. Riapon Jansariga from Boramara Jonani College of Nursing, Thailand. Associate Professor Dr. Wan Isma Hanisa Ismail from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Hans Freelings, MD PhD from Sanquin, Amsterdam. Dr. Ria Shafitri EG and Biomed from Indonesia Red Cross Central Indonesia. All distinguished lecturers of Stikus Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta who are present at this event, and all distinguished participants of the seminar. Let us express our deepest gratitude to Almighty God, for by His grace and blessings, we are able to attend the International Conference of Health and Blood Bank Technology, ICoHBBT Global Perspective on Transfusion-Transmitted Infections, and Antibody Screening Technologies for Excellent Blood Service. We would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all speakers and parties who have kindly participated in this event. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the program, let us pray according to our respective belief. Prayer begin. Prayer ends. Allow me, Ismi Habibah, as the Master of Ceremony to present the rules and agenda of today's event. Rules and Regulations. 1. Participant ID format for the International Conference. Institution underscore name, example Guna Bangsa underscore Ismi Habibah. 2. Participants who are granted access to Zoom are required to dress properly and behave politely during the conference. 3. Participants' audio will be controlled by the host. 4. All participants attending the conference via Zoom or YouTube may submit questions through the link that will be shared during the session. 5. Participants are required to complete the attendance form. The attendance link will be shared in each session. 6. Participants who do not complete the attendance form and the evaluation form at the end of the event will not receive an e-certificate. 7. E-certificates will be distributed maximum D+14 after the event and will be sent via participants' registered email and Google Drive. 8. The announcement of the poster and video competition winners will take place at the end of the conference. 9. The Best Presenter Award will be announced at the conclusion of the event following the oral presentation session. Rundown 1. Opening session and speech. Opening remarks, national anthem, organizing committee report, and opening speeches. 2. Webinar session, scientific presentation by invited national and international speakers, moderated discussion and Q&A session, e-certificate distribution, announcement of poster and video competition winners, closing of webinar session. 3. Break. 4. Oral presentation session. 5. Closing session. The next agenda is the singing of the Indonesia National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by the March of Stikus Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta. All participants are kindly requested to turn on their camera and sit
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah
tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku, semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Satuan Akademika, Stikas Guna Bangsa tercinta. Kobarkan semangatmu, kobarkan jiwamu, tegak untuk mengabdi sesama. Tingkatkan diri, tanamkan budi pekerti, berasaskan Pancasila, berkarya tanpa pandang sara, tegakkan profesi kesehatan, hormati antar manusia, majukan Stikas Guna Bangsa, wujudkan amanat negara. Marilah, marilah kita bersama menyatukan visi dan misi, berupaya selalu untuk meningkatkan mutu profesi kesehatan. Selalu kembangkan diri, talenta dan disiplin diri, dengan tulus ikhlas hati, melayani umat manusia. Temukan diri, bulatkan hati, menjadi abdi masyarakat. Marilah bersama melangkah, wujudkan sehat sejahtera, wujudkan sehat sejahtera.
The next agenda is the opening remarks. The first speech will be delivered by Mr. Arif Tirtana, Eskepners MSc. To Mr. Arif Tirtana, Eskepners MSc, the time and question are respectfully yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ismi, for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and greeting to us all. Praise and gratitude be to Almighty God, for by His grace and blessing we are able to gather at this international seminar entitled Global Perspective on Transfusion, Transmitted Infection, and Antibody Screening Technologies for Excellent Blood Services. Our respected Chair of Stikas Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta, Dr. Suryo Hadiono, DTRMN BCH, the Chair of the Indonesian College of Blood Services Technology, the Head of the Blood Bank Technology Study Program of Stikas Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta, distinguished international speaker, honored guests, all participants, and the organist committee. This seminar was held thanks to the cooperation of several institutions, thanks to Indonesian College of Blood Service Technology, Development Republic of Indonesia, Bara Marajunani College, University Technology Mara Malaysia, Sangwin Amsterdam, Indonesian Red Cross Central, Stikas Rajakusi Bojonegoro, and Stikas Pemkap Jombang. This seminar is of great importance in our effort to enhance the safety and quality of blood transfusion services. Issue concern transfusion transmitted infection and the advance of antibody screening technologies have become global concerns that require the rate of human resource, continuous scientific update, and as well as collaboration across international and countries. The series of activity in this event include the international seminar, oral presentation, a poster competition, and a video competition. Through this program, we hope to enlighten our knowledge, share best practice, and strengthen professional network in order to support the releasing of blood services that are safe, effective, and according with international standard. We would like to express our science appreciation and gratitude to the speaker who have generously shared their expertise, and to all participants for their commitment to improve the quality of health services. Finally, may this seminar bring great benefit to all of us. Setikas guna bangsa, elevate to elevate. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Arif Kirtana, MSc. The second speech will be delivered by the chairperson of Tiket Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta, who will also officially open this conference. To Dr. R. Surya Hadiono, SPOGK, DTRM, and BCH, the time and screen are respectfully yours.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, respected delegates, and participants. Good morning and welcome to the International Conference on Health and Blood Bank Technology here in the beautiful city of Yogyakarta. It is a great honor to stand before you today as the chairperson of Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta College of Health. On behalf of our institution, I would like to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you who have joined us for this pivotal event. This conference brings together a diverse group of professionals from around the world, representing academia, healthcare, research, and the blood banking community. We are united by a common goal to explore and advance the critical intersections of health and blood bank technology. In a time when healthcare systems are under increasing pressure, a role of blood banks has never been more vital. The safe, effective, and efficient management of blood resources is fundamental to saving lives and improving patient outcomes. As we gather here today, we are also mindful of the pressing challenges that the global health landscape faces. Challenges that require not only innovation in technology, but also collaboration, empathy, and shared expertise. Over the course of this conference, we will delve into a wide array of topics, from cutting-edge advancement in blood bank technologies to best practices in transfusion medicine, as well as the ethical and logistical issues surrounding blood donation and distribution. I'm confident that the debates and knowledge exchange that will take place over the next days will contribute significantly to advancing our shared mission of improving healthcare outcomes through innovation, collaboration, and the pursuit of excellence. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the keynote speakers, panelists, and participants for their valuable contributions to this event. Your presence here is a testament to your commitment to making a difference in the field of health and blood banking. We are also immensely thankful to our sponsors and partners whose support has made this event possible. Finally, I encourage each of you to take full advantage of this opportunity to network, learn, and share your insights with fellow professionals. The conversations and partnership you forge here can be the spark for transformative change in health and blood bank technology, both in our region and globally. Once again, thank you all for being part of this important event. I look forward to the exciting discussions and fruitful exchange ahead. With that, I officially declare the International Conference on Health and Blood Bank Technology open. Thank you and a very good morning to you all.
Thank you to Dr. R. Surya Hadiono, SPOGK, DTRN, and BCH. The third speech will be delivered by Mrs. Francisca Romana Sri Supatmi, AMD Kus, SKN, and SC, the head of Blood Service Technologies Collegium. To Mrs. Francisca Romana Sri Supatmi, AMD Kus, SKN, and SC, the time and script.
Thank you, MC. Honorable Chair of the Stikes Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta, Dr. R. Suryo Hadiono. Good morning, Dr. Sugeng Enjang. Selamat pagi. And my Honorable Chair of the Open Organizing Committee, Bapak Arif Tirtana, SKOP Nurse MSc, and Honorable Head of the Blood Bank Technology Study Program, Ibu Wiwit Septianti, SPD MSc, and Honorable Speaker, Dr. Yanti Herman, Ms. Siriat Ponjen Sariga, and Associated Professor Dr. Wan Ismail from Malaysia. Good morning, Wan. Nice to meet you. And Han Priling from Sangwin, Amsterdam, Netherlands. And Dr. Ria Savitri, Eti Gantini, MPOMEDS, lecturer, colleague in Blood Bank Technologies, and my beloved and proud student. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For the first, let us express our gratitude to God for His grace and blessing that we are able to gather today in this virtual meeting. Secondly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the chair of the organizing committee for inviting me to deliver the opening remarks at this event. I would also like to thank head of Stikes Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta and the head of the Blood Bank Technology Study Program for their commitment to organizing this important international conference. Thirdly, I would also like to express my highest respect to the distinguished speakers who have generously shared their time, knowledge, and expertise with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me as chair of the Blood Bank Technologies College to welcome you to the first International Conference on Blood Bank Health and Technology 2026. This conference carries a highly relevant theme, a global perspective on transfusion-transmitted infection and antibody screening technology for excellent blood services. This critical issue very important because directly impact patient safety, public trust, and national health security. Blood transfusion services are an essential component of the healthcare system. Behind every safe transfusion lies a rigorous process governed by national regulation, professional standard, and stringent quality control system. In our country, blood services operate within a clear regulatory framework established by the Minister of Health. This regulation sets standard for donor selection, infectious disease screening, antibody testing, blood processing, storage, distribution, and transfusion monitoring and hemovigilance. However, regulation alone cannot guarantee safety because one of the key factors in blood services is the personnel involved. And the implementation of blood preparation is the responsibility of competent blood bank technologies. The students of blood bank technology study program and blood bank technologies, we are frontally professional in preparing blood for transfusion. Our work is not just routine laboratory work, but it is a professional responsibility that directly affects human lives. When we screen for infectious disease, when we identify antibodies, when we validate compatibility testing, we are protecting patients. That is why competency standard and professional standard must be understood, respected, and applied consistently. Accuracy, discipline, integrity, and accountability are not options but obligation in our profession. As a chair of the Blood Bank Technologies College, we are committed to strengthening competency-based practices, professional certification, and ethical behavior to ensure that every blood technologist with national standards and is ready to face global challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is very important for increasing our knowledge and professional insight. Science continues to involve infection transmitted through blood transfusion emerge. Incompatibilities in the pre-transfusion testing are always encouraged. Antibody screening technology is becoming more sophisticated. Laboratory systems are becoming more automated and digital. If we do not continue to update our knowledge, we risk falling behind. Therefore, activities such as this international webinar are very important. They provide a platform for continuing professional development. They introduce us to global perspective, the latest scientific finding, regulatory insight, and technological innovation. I truly appreciate the organizing committee for facilitating this meaningful academic forum. May this conference inspire us to learn actively, think critically, and critically and commit to lifelong learning. And the last, I have to say thank you for all of you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Time return to MC.
Thank you to Mrs. Francisca Romana Sri Supatmi, AMDK, SKM, MSc. Before entering the main session, we kindly request all participants to turn on their cameras as we will proceed with a group photo session. First slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Second slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Third slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the main session. This session will be moderated by Mrs. Gravinda Widyaswara, SSE MSc. We kindly invite active participation from all attendees by submitting questions to the speakers. Allow me to read the CV of Mrs. Gravinda Widyaswara, SSE MSc as the moderator. Mrs. Gravinda Widyaswara, SSE MSc, Education 2012 until 2016, Bachelor of Science, Faculty of Biology, Universitas Gadjah Mada. 2017 until 2019, Master of Science, Faculty of Biology, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Working experiences: 1. Lecturer of Blood Bank Technology Department, focus on transfusion-transmitted infection, microbiology, and biology cell. 2. Editor and reviewer at the Indonesian Journal of Biology Education and Jurnal Borneo Cendekia dan Abdi Masyarakat. To Mrs. Gravinda Widyaswara, SSE MSc, the time and screen are respectfully yours.
Okay, thank you. It's me, Habibah, for the time that given to me. Is my voice? Can you hear my voice? It's me. Is it clear?
Yes, Mrs.
Okay, thank you. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everyone. Good morning, distinguished speakers, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and pleasure for me to welcome you to the first discussion session of the first international conference on health and blood bank technology held by Stikes Gunabangsa Yogyakarta Educate to Elevate, also co-hosted by Stikes Rajagosi Bojonegoro and Stikes Pemkab Jombang. So my name is Gravinda Widyaswara and I will be your first moderator on the first session today. In the first session today, we are very grateful to have three outstanding experts who will share their insight on infectious disease in transfusion medicine. And this session will focus on integrated approaches to prevent infectious and improve transfusion safety. So before we start, to introduce our first, second, also third speaker, I would like to introduction of session theme today for the first session. So we know that blood transfusion is essential in modern healthcare, but carries risk of transfusion transmitted infections such as hepatitis B, hepatitis C, HIV, also syphilis. And from this session, we are very grateful to have three competent, also experienced speakers who are willing to share their knowledge and best practices in the infectious prevention, also in the transfusion safety. So let me introduce our first speakers today. There is Dr. Nana Retna Arfani. Dr. Nana, have you already joined with us?
Yes,
Hello?
I have. Yes,
Okay,
Can you
Dr.
hear my
Nana.
sound? Yes. Okay.
Yes, I can hear your voice. So, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nana Retna Arfani from Directorate of Rural Health Services Development, Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you, Dr. Nana Retna Arfani, for your willingness to serve as speaker at this conference. So, Dr. Nana, from 2025 until 2026, she got her experiences as a head of the Advanced Healthcare Support Service team in the Directorate of Referral Healthcare Service Development. And also, Dr. Nana got her training experiences as a participant in the BACT Advanced Course in Transfusion, Basic Course in Transfusion in 2026. Also, as a facilitator in the Community Health Center and Nusantara Sehat Training Program. So Dr. Nana today will present about handling transfusion transmitted infections in Indonesia. In this presentation, She will discuss about the importance of ensuring safe blood transfusion practices to prevent infections such as HIV, hepatitis B, C, and syphilis. And it discusses Indonesian national blood service policies, screening standards, innovation in donor selection, laboratory testing, and also the digital traceability system. So, Dr. Nana, I will give 30 minutes to presentation, and to all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, who want to ask a question, you can fill the link that's shared by the committee. So, Dr. Nana, the time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gravinda, for the opportunity. Good morning, distinguished guests, college and all students. It is a great honor for me to speak in this international webinar today. On behalf of the Director of Referral Health of System Development of the Ministry of Health, I would like to share our experience and policy direction in preventing transfusion-transmitted infection in Indonesia, particularly how we have moving beyond the minimum regulatory framework established in 2015. Next. Okay. So today, I would like to present three key aspects of our effort in strengthening blood services in Indonesia. First, I will elaborate on the background and the current challenges facing our national blood services. And then second, I will outline the existing policy framework and ongoing regulatory development. And finally, I will highlight our strategy initiative and innovative of blood safety. Okay, next. Okay. Okay. As we all know that blood services in Indonesia are defined as a humanitarian health effort that utilize the human blood as a vital resource to save life, restore health, and improve health quality. And therefore, our blood management system is not only designed to ensure the availability of the blood, but also has to be guaranteed safety and quality before it is transfused to the patient. In our latest regulation, which is Ministry of Health Regulation number 11 of 2025, the blood services are categorized into two main types, which is first is blood management, that are carried out by blood management unit, or as we call in Indonesia is Unit Pengelola Darah or UPD. And the second one is blood transfusion services, which are provided by health facility, which performed by hospital or clinic. And both services require comprehensive blood testing to ensure that every unit of blood are safe and suitable for clinical use. I'm sorry, Miss. Okay. Okay, so as you can see that in each type of blood services, we require the blood testing. So we can ensure that the quality of blood is safe and suitable for clinical use. Okay, next. Okay, the blood transfusion while saving life, we know they all carries inherent risk, particularly the transmission of infection disease such as HIV or hepatitis and also syphilis. In Indonesia itself, we have data resource, which is national surveillance data, that indicate a persistent increasing in reported HIV cases over the past decade. So as you can see that it is upward data from year to year, that substantial portion of this occur in individual of productive age, which is the same demographic group that constitute the majority of eligible blood donor. And in addition to the HIV, we have other data also from National Health Survey in 2023 about prevalences of hepatitis. We can see that it is 0.12% prevalences of hepatitis, which is indicated 12 people among 10,000 people in Indonesia possibly have hepatitis. So in this epidemiological finding are particularly relevant to blood surfaces as they reflect the underlying infection burden in community. So therefore, we have to uh, make sure that the blood safety is regulated and implemented in UPD before and the health facility before we can transfuse them to the patient. So because as we know that these infectious disease might not be shown the symptoms in a certain stage. Okay, next. So it is the responsibility of the government to provide health services and facility and to ensure the continuity of the blood services and the quality insurance through the regulation. So therefore, to ensure the availability of the blood nationwide, Indonesia currently operates more than 600 blood management unit or UPD distributed across the country. And despite this extensive network, our national blood donation rate remains below 2% of the total population, which is still under the WHO recommendation of 2% to 5% to achieve self-sufficient. So this gap highlight the dual challenge we are facing, which is expanding the donor participation to ensure the adequacy and strengthening safety and quality assurance across the system. So as you can see, we in 2027, we only have 1 million pouches, around 1 million pouches. So that means we are below the 2% of total population as recommended by WHO. So Ministry of Health regulation number 91 of 2015, which is currently in force, require adjustment in light of border health regulatory development that have since been enacted. However, this regulation, we believe we have to improve since it has not accommodate provision related to blood quality improvement or the data recording system or integrated data recording system or digital traceability, and is not have accommodate the newest or the latest regulation of health system, which are now implemented. So, in response to this gap, the Ministry of Health issues the regulation number 11 of 2025, which introduced a licensing framework for the UPD and established update minimum standard for blood testing, which is now we uh, we have the gold standard for blood screening is the CLIA method. In addition, a decree of Directorate General Health Services, we issued the mandating quality evaluation of reagent used in blood services to ensure the quality and reliability of a laboratory screening process for blood services. Okay, and despite the regulatory process, several challenges still remain. Why we are using the CLIA technology is we know it is it is important that we are protecting our people in Indonesia from the transmitting diseases, and we we have identified the each OPD in all Indonesia that are from the use of the CLIA technology. We can see that it's still uneven across a region, and also we acknowledge the shortage of trained personnel in each OPD. So this is the challenge for us. We have to fulfill in the future. We also have the data for the look back system. We know that this has not been carried out comprehensively. So there are some challenges also in the cost and availability factor and the reactive referral system. So these gaps highlight the need for the system-wide strengthening, not only in the regulation side. Next. Okay, so next. Okay, so to address those challenges and with changes in regulation at the nation level, regulation related to blood surfaces also need to be adjusted. In our new regulation, blood surfaces are supported by a comprehensive legal framework covering licensing and regulation and quality evaluation, also to the storage and the supervision. And this framework apply. I'm sorry, we cannot see the presentation.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay,
Dr.
thank you.
Nana. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So this framework applies both in the health services obligatory application, yeah, and also is regulated as a business activity because we have a regulation for licensing, yeah, which are implied to all sectors. So for UPD itself, we have to make sure that any businesses in health sector have the licensing, have the license. So we also have to bound in that regulation. And then the goal, of course, is to ensure the safety, accountability, and quality across the entire blood surface change. That uh, this is our regulation related to blood surfaces we have to implement. Okay, and next. In that regulation, we can, okay, in the regulation, we also have a mandatory screening we have to implement for HIV, hepatitis, and syphilis. And Indonesia, of course, following the WHO standard. So all donated blood must undergo thorough testing using sensitive and validated technology. Uh, before before the news regulation, we have not what is it? We have not regulated the minimum standard for the testing method. So in the news regulation, there are a minimum standard, which is using the CLIA method. So the blood and there are also the regulation stated, okay, that the blood that does not pass the standard require for discharge. So we have to make sure the safety requirement apply in all OPD, so we can protect our people. And another important thing to do is the early detection to prevent the risk of the transfusion transmitted infection and to prevent unaware side effect of the patient. So the all the UPD have to do the blood testing, such as a blood type and TTI screening. And we also have a policy that all reagent used must have undergone quality evaluation as a form of protection for community. Okay. So there are now several reagent have passed the evaluation that can be used in OPD. Next. Okay, so to move beyond minimum standard, Indonesia is focusing on innovation and system integration. So we that include digital donor registry and traceable system and integration of blood surface data with national health information system. So actually, it is a mandate from the upper regulation that we have to develop the integrated information system that include for the blood services. So we have held several discussions regarding the development of blood management information system, and we have collaborated with the data center team in Ministry of Health and also the Sarjito Hospital IT team. We we have a knowledge that Indonesia have many challenges as a wide geographical nations. We are facing different kind of situation. There are areas that have a good signal, they have a good electricity, and OPD also have a different capacity for server and there are also human resources that can running the IT. So we are now there. We are currently design 3 models of system in information system model. There are 3 model we are still designed. We hope that soon in the near future, with the availability of the integrated information system can be developed, and we will be able to make more precise and accurate in planning and meet the needs more effectively. Okay, we are also hope that integrated system can be tools that can make the look back donor can be more efficient. Okay, but to make sure this new regulation and system successful, the central government and regional authorities and hospital we have must work together. We must work together also with the blood management unit and partners, and each party must ensure to perform its duty in accordance with the prospective authority, and we also must provide services according with applicable standard and regulations. So it have to be implemented in all UPD. And also we have to make sure that the supervision of the services can be implemented not only by the central government, but also in a regional government. So in closing, okay, safe blood is not only a technical issue, but it is about equity and trust and system strength. And protecting patients means strengthening every link in the blood system change from donor recruitment to transfusion. And safe blood is a shared responsibility, not only us in the central government or in UPD as the practitioner, but also it is our responsibility together. So we can ensure the equitable and safe blood service for all if we are work together according to our authorities and rules. Okay, maybe that's all my presentation. Thank you. Back to Miss Gravinda.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nana, for the insightful and comprehensive presentation. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Nana, I would like to resume what Dr. Nana said before. So, from the presentation, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nana said that blood safety is so important and is a critical component of health system because we know that unsafe blood component can transmit infectious disease like hepatitis and then HIV, syphilis, and other infectious. And also Dr. Nana said about the challenges of the distribution blood component in UPD or Indonesian Red Cross in Indonesia, yeah. Also the regulation of the Indonesian government. And the one thing that I can say is about the innovation and collaboration among stakeholders to protect patients and strengthen public trust. Is it correct, Dr. Nana? Okay, thank you
Very
very
soon.
much, Dr. Nana, for the presentation. And Dr. Nana, please remain in the Zoom meeting until the discussion session. And the discussion session will be held at the end of the first session. Okay, Dr. Nana, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, now let us move on to our second speakers. To our second speakers, Miss Siriafon Jensariga or Miss Nam. Have you already joined with us, Miss Nam?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear your voice. Sawadika, Miss Nam. Nice to meet you. I think this is our first meeting in the Zoom. Yeah. Thank you very much, Miss Nam, for joining to become our speakers today in international conference. And speakers. So, Miss Nam from Barom Rajona Nicolan serve as a speaker at this conference. So, Miss Nam had graduated from Master of Nursing Science from Chiang Mai University, also got her Bachelor of Nursing Science from Boro Marayonani College of Nursing, Sawan Pracharak. And now, Miss Nam, as a lecturer in Bara Morojonani College of Nursing Sawan Pracharak, Nakhon Sawan, Thailand. And she had many publications, and the newest in 2022 about sexual dysfunction among menopausal women in Journal of Thailand Nursing and Midwifery Council. And today, Ms. Nam will present about torch infection in pregnancy, a clinical guide for ASEAN nursing professionals. And in her presentation, Ms. Nam will talk about torch infection in pregnancy caused by pathogens such as Toxoplasma, Rubella, Cytomegalovirus, herpes simplex, and etc. So, Ms. Nam, I would like give you 30 minutes to your presentation. And to all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, who want to ask a question, you can fill the link that's shared by the committee. So, to Ms. Nam, the time and screen is yours.
Are you here? See my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So is this uh, a wonderful opportunity to share with you. So today I will talk about the thought infection in pregnancies in the Asian, mostly in Thailand context. So before we start, I just want to clarify about our approach today. In Thailand, mostly we teach thought infection in medical school and in the full of lecture for in limit time about 30 minutes. I will talk about the prevention clinical management in nursing care. Let's begin with the basic concept. What happened? Sorry. Okay. SARS is an acronym for a group infection that can be transmitted from mother to fetus. And T will stand for the toxoplasmosis, O stand for the other infections such as syphilis, parvovirus, or Varicella Zika. R stand for rubella, C stand for cytomegalovirus. I will call CMV in this. And H is stand for herpes simplex virus. I will call HSV. From the silent danger, thought is the paradox because the one of key challenges is uh, maternal symptoms are often mild or absent. However, infection can still cause the placenta effect of the fetus. The leading problems such as brain abnormalities, heart defect, or hearing loss. So in clinical practice, we must to rely only on visible symptoms. So for the nursing implication, you should to awareness with the risk assessment. Now, looking at our region's context. In Thailand, CMV infection is very common, and rubella causes have decreased because of vaccinations program, but some women every pregnant in Thailand. Therefore, careful history talking, such as vaccination status, exposure list, and travel history is very important. This slide, I will compare about the policy in Asians, Thailand, Singapore, and Indonesia. We found that different Asian countries use different screening strategies. Thailand mainly use selective screening based on clinical suspicion or abnormal ultrasound screening. This means our clinical judgment play a very important in deciding when investigate future policy guide practice. But in clinical reason guide patient care. In Thailand, if we found as a pregnant have a symptom, we resort toward for syphilis, HIV, Hep B screening. Now we will talk about the timing. The gestational age at the time of infection greatly affect to the outcome. In the first trimester, infection has higher risk of causing structural abnormality or miscarriage. In later pregnancy, infection may lead to functions problems such as hearing loss or neonatal infections. So timing changes both prognosis and counseling effort. For the nursing implications, gestational age determine the counseling effort is very important. Now we will talk about the toxoplasmosis and CMV prevention. Toxoplasmosis is usually transmitted through undercooked meat or contact with cat feces. CMV is often transmitted by toddler, saliva, or urines. So the impact is if toxoplasmosis impact will be related to hydrocephalus intracranial calcifications, and the impact of cytomegalovirus is leading cause to non-genetic hearing. In Thailand, so we should education for the hygiene is very important. For the rubella, parvovirus, and Zika, Rubella infection in early pregnancy may cause congenital rubella syndrome. So in Thailand, we give the pre-pregnancy vaccination is the best prevention. For the parvovirus can cause fetal anemia. We monitor the fetus using ultrasound and Doppler study. In Zika virus is transmitted by mosquito and may caused by microcephaly. So in Thailand, we should scan about the travel history for the antenatal care. Now we move to syphilis and HSV. Syphilis remain to a concern in many regions. Early diagnosis and treatment with the penicillin is highly effective. For the HSV, the high transmit risks occur with primary infection prior to the delivery. If active lesion are present, cesarean section is recommended in Thailand. So the assessment during the labor is very essential also. So for the CMV is the cause of non-genetic hearing loss worldwide. This is currently no vaccine, so prevention depends on behavioral change. The simple action that we use in Thailand, we will give education, no share the spoons, something like that, or about the washing hands and avoid to kissing on the baby mouth. For the managing HSV near delivery, primary HSV infection near delivery carry high transmission risk. So antiviral therapy starting at 36 weeks helps reduce recurrence. And we will plan delivery planning should if they have the active lesions. As a nurse role, we should team coordinations and counseling with the to plan how to ensure neonatal safety. Yes. So after we talk about the transmission and prevention, so I will focus to the diagnosis. For this slide, syphilis is preventable with early screening and treatment. So if we found the key to screening, if we found the list state of relation is primary state, secondary state, or latent state, we should to give treatment for pregnant. So for the parvovirus requires fetal monitoring because the risk of the anemia and Zika prevention is depend on mainly on the vector. So we control the mosquito and exposure prevention. This slide is highlight another possible route of CMV. transmission, such as the blood transfusion, although CMV is commonly spaced. Thus, close contact if can also be transmitted thought blood product also for the pregnant women who require transfusion. Leukoreduced or CMV seronegative blood product should be used when available. This is the simple precaution help to reduce the risk of congenital CMV infections. Yes, oh sorry. This chart is it show us to the understand serology, interpret serology result require carefully thinking. A positive IgM result does not always mean recent infection. It can persist or sometimes be false positive. Therefore, a lab result must always be interpreted together with clinical information also. On the test results to this question, a laboratory result is not a part of the picture. We must combine serology finding with the gestational age, exposure history, and ultrasound result before making the decision. And balanced clinical judgment prevents unnecessary anxiety or over treatment. This is show about the structure of approach. We can think of the diagnosis in 3 steps. First, avoid the trap of misinterpret IgM. Second, use IgG to avoid the testing when needed. And third, integrate all information before making a clinical decision. This structure approach support safe practice. Now we will talk about the IgM and IgE. IgM appear early after infection but may remain for a long time. And IgG indicate the past exposure or immunity. So understanding about this different can help us counselor patient correctly and avoid confusions. For the IgG avidity testing help determine the timing of infection. Low avidity suggests recent infection and higher fetal risk. High avidity suggests past infection and lower risk in current pregnancy. This can help us give a clearer and more confident to when we counseling. For the toxoplasmosis interpretation, when both IgG and IgM are negative, it means the patient is non-immune. If IgG is positive and IgM is negative, it suggests a past infection. If both are positive, IgG ability testing is required. So amniotic fluid PCR is used to confirm fetal infection when indicated. For the rubella infection before 12 weeks carry the highest risk of congenital anomalies. And preconception screening and postpartum vaccination are therefore very important. So in Thailand, we suggest the prevention it should begin for pregnancy. For the CMV prevalence, a special challenges in high prevalent area like Thailand, many women are IgG positive. However, reinfection may still occur. Amniotic fluids PCR confirmed fetal infection for the newborn. Diagnosis should be done within the first 3 weeks life. Early detection support better long-term follow-up. So if we found the newborn have symptoms, we should to screening. Yes, for this slide, we gave if we found the lesion of the herpes simplex virus, so we swab and show about how Thailand do with the gold standard, how to do. If they are the physical exam at the onset, we should determine cesarean sections. This slide we talk about the syphilis to screening. And when the doctor screening about the ultrasound diagnosis, so this slide we will show about the parvovirus and different about parvovirus and Zika virus. So I also talked already about the timing, delivery, planning, and education for if we found positive IgM and IgG. So this about the gold standard, yes. So this slide will show the difference of the policy in Thailand. Why we don't have the universal screening for the thought infection, because it's high cost and high anxiety, and we can have the false positive. So in Thailand, we have the current standard about the HIV, syphilis, Hep B. So if we think the pregnant will be have the thought we will shoot the symptom first and use the SCG if they need. So for the nursing care, we should to assessment the patient. So history talking, identify the risk factor is very important, and the vaccinations, ask about the vaccinations and give them for the education, such as primary prevention, teaching hygiene, hand washing, or food safety before infection occur. And counseling them about how to succeed or communicate with the team. So that's all of my today's presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nam, for that insightful presentation. It clearly highlights, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Nam said about the torch infections in pregnancy require early detection, and then preventions and comprehensive nursing management to protect maternal health and prevent congenital complication in the fetus. And the important thing about the critical window, is it right, Ms. Nam?
Yes.
The critical window when the transmission and the timing. You said about the each trimester, yeah?
Yeah.
is a critical window and it's very important. So the clinical management of the pathogens like syphilis, parvovirus, B19, Zika virus, and so on is very important to make the transmission happen. And also you said about the transmission mode. There is antepartum and then the intrapartum, yeah, the transplacental and during delivery like rubella, cytomegalovirus, toxo, and so on. And then in the intrapartum transmission, there are gonorrhea, chlamydia, and so on. And the one thing that make me is about the hidden factor in the transfusion transmitted risk from the patient, from the pregnant woman with thalassemia, yeah, and then the risk factor is about the pathogen transmission, and it can make safe blood products, yeah. So make a blood product unsafe, I think, yeah. So it's very important thing. And then you said about how the diagnostic detective work, and then how every pathogens can make transfusion risk. So therefore, the strict donor screening and laboratory testing, that what you said, are essential to prevent transfusion transmitted infections related to torch against. Wow, it's so insightful, I think. And thank you very much, Ms. Nam, for the presentation. And Ms. Nam, the discussion session will be held at the end of the first session, like Dr. Nana before. Please remain in the Zoom meeting until the discussion session has concluded. Okay, Ms. Nam, thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now let us move on to our third speaker. We have Associate Professor Dr. Wan Isma Hanisa Ismail. Hello, Dr. Isma. Have you already joined with us? Dr. Isma is one of my mentor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you, Dr. Isma?
Alhamdulillah, nice to meeting you again.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so Dr. Isma from University Teknologi Mara Malaysia. Thank you, Dr. Isma, for your willingness to serve as a speaker at this conference. So Dr. Isma had graduated her PhD in pharmacoepidemiology in 2017 in University Science Malaysia. Also, she got her master in transfusion science in University Science Malaysia also. And the professional experience, she was head Center for Studies, Faculty of Health Sciences, University Teknologi Mara Malaysia from 2020 until 2024. Wow. She got 40, also 3, also the index papers, yeah, and the research areas about public health, maternal care, thalassemia, complementary medicine, and got her awarded UITM Gold Publication Award in 2018 and 2019, and also the Cendekiawan Epitome Award in 2023. Oh, Dr. Isma. So today, Dr. Isma will present on the topic about antibody screening and transfusion safety in thalassemia patient. In her presentation, Dr. Isma will talk about the enhancing thalassemia diagnosis and treatment through advanced antibody screening improves transfusion compatibility, prevents alloimmunization, also supports safer and more effective long-term patient management. So Dr. Isma, I will give the 30 minutes of your presentation. And to all the participants who want to ask a question, you can fill the link that's shared by the committee. So Dr. Isma, the time and screen is yours.
Alhamdulillah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much. You hear my voice?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the organizing committee, for the kind invitation. Thank you again. We meet again. Alhamdulillah, and warm introductions by Ms. Graminda. I would like to express my shared appreciation to the director, distinguished speakers, participants, and all the organizing committee for the excellent of the organizations of this conference. I'm truly as honored a part of the International Conference of Health and Body Blood Bank Technology. I'm very grateful to share my knowledge and exchange the idea as well, engage with the meaningful discussion afterwards. I hope this today's session will be beneficial among all of us. Okay, we'll share about the slide first, I think. A bit, okay, which one moment. Okay. Okay. You see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So today I will share about the enhancing thalassemia diagnosis and also about the treatments and through advanced antibody screening. Okay, when you are talking about the thalassemia, you have to know about is about the inherited, okay? Inherited blood disorder, okay? This is worldwide issue where the body cannot be produce the blood and healthy hemoglobin and also from the chronic disease, okay, chronic of anemia. And a part of it, okay, the blood transfusion is one of the method of the to replace the missing health red blood cells and to improve the oxygen and then to treating of the complication with the thalassemia patient. Okay, so what is the clinical is overview when I explain is inherited. Is inherited, you must be noticed that it's genetic problems, okay? It's genetic problem, the low of the hemoglobin and with the excess of the unpair of the globin chains, okay? It's called the chronic. It's called the chronic anemia. This chronic anemia is not 1 to 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. No, it's from the cradle until to the grave. And the condition is most region is Mediterranean region and also the call is South Asia and also the Middle East of the and also a part of Africa. In all over the cases is about the thalassemia is brought of the worldwide issue. Okay, what is the clinical impact and management is when we are required of the regular of the blood transfusions. When there is no of the blood transfusions, okay, the patient is not can be survived because the repeating of the transfusion is also can cause the iron overload. This is one of the second of the problem when the patient have the blood transfusion repeatedly and also that effects of the liver, heart, and also the endocrine system. And what is standard care is all about it called the transfusions, okay? Transfusions program with the challenge therapy. This is no things you can avoid is no, this is must together, okay? Transfusions must pair with the ion chelation therapy. This is not being says that okay, the patient have to the transfusions but need to avoid the ion chelation therapy. It's not be happened, okay? Okay, so then is what is the curative, okay, in advance, okay, is that the other way is called about the bone marrow transplant that have the some kind of the spatial of the complication as well. And also the second one is the gene-based therapy. Okay, what is the indicator, okay, when you call the alpha and beta, they have the two types of the thalassemia, you call the alpha and beta is different in their causes, okay? When the patient is need the lifelong of the blood transfusion to survive, is repeating of the transfusion. You need to be aware is repeating, okay? In every month have need to blood bag in a way to continue their life, okay? So the treatment is combined of these two things, okay? It will make them survive, okay? You need to notice that the alpha is deletions in the HbA1 and the HbA2 and also the located on the chromosome 16, okay? But in beta thalassemia is the form in the point of the mutation is happen in the beta globulin chain in the located on the chromosome 11. Okay, but the cases are reported, 200 reported mutation in the HB gene, including the nucleotide, is the replace of these cases, okay? But this is world issue is caused about the beta thalassemia. Okay, so but the both of the result is disrupted the balance of the globin change is leading of the clinical manifestations of the disease. That's why the needs of the transfusions of the blood back. Okay, this is what the summary when it called the inherited blood disorder, the causes of the degenerative. Okay, it is diagnosed using the blood test and the genetic analysis. Okay, when you call the genetic problem, is must have to do the genetic analysis to trace whether it's alpha or beta and have to management to rely on the regular blood transfusion and also the iron chelation therapy. Okay, this is two things they have to be always to mention is iron chelation transfusion is close about to thalassemia patient. Okay, but why curative of advanced technologies? Okay, now we have the bone marrow transplant, and the second one is gene therapy, and also that called the base gene CRISPR. Okay, they call the gene treatment offer the promising future of the solution. This is what we are found in nowadays is called the gene editing technology. I'm very hope this can modify DNA to correcting the faulty of the gene 11 and gene 16. Okay, this is under of the research. Okay, to curative of this gene problem. Okay, when they call the clinical challenge in the thalassemia patient, okay, when we involve in the chronic transfusions, we have the nothing any of the they have they call the repeating transfusions that they are produced to call the alloimmunizations that again the red cell antigen. Okay, when it's caused the trigger the formations of antibody. Okay, when there are so many times of the receive of the blood transfusions, okay, then we trigger the formation of the antibody that against, okay, the donor red blood cell. Okay, when this thing called this antibody make it harder to find. Okay, when I have so in Malaysia, okay, it's happened. Okay, the patients need to signing of the form of this form to when they receive the blood. Okay, they says that okay, this is the last things patient will be survive to get the blood back. It mentions that if you are not receive this blood back, okay, you can that. But if you receive this blood back, you also can that. Okay, this is happen when no antibody, no blood bag um, can be received to the thalassemia patient. It's because it can cause a transfusions delay, increase the risk of the transfusion reaction. When this is happen, this increase of the transfusion reaction is based on the antibody screening and the how to prevent of these things. Okay, we use the called the conventional methods. They call the antibody screening. Okay, but this is may miss the low titer or the complex antibody, and they can complicate both diagnosis and the long term of the transfusion safety. Okay, they complicated of the diagnosis, but they can reducing the long term of the transfusion safety. That is what the problem is, the challenge in thalassemia management. Okay, this is the workflow, the basic workflow of the transfusions thalassemia management is with begin of the baseline of the blood grouping typing, and then we are extended to the cell phenotyping before the first of the transfusions. Okay, patients that enter of the structure of the chronic transfusions program with defined hemoglobin targets and also the regular antibody screening to detect early of the alloimmunizations. Okay, this is very important method. Okay, the flow. Okay, that's to prevent the early of the alloimmunizations. Okay, If antibodies are detected, okay, the advanced testing and also they call the specialist input guide, okay, to the selection of the antigens match blood, okay. This is what happen. Patients need to wait until about the 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks until they get the match of the blood back. Okay, because that happen is when they receive the blood bags, okay, you just imagine, okay, they are now 20 years old, okay, they receive the blood bag every month, okay, in 12 and in 21 years, okay. How you calculate how many bags they are being received, okay, for thalassemia patient? I think more than 1,000 of the blood bag, okay. So that's called is what's the complication is you can not imagine, okay. So ongoing the post blood transfusions is mass monitoring of the focus on iron overload and also the hemolysis to ensure the long term of the safety and optimal patient outcome. When you are receiving no blood bag, it's not good enough of the hemoglobin, okay, to competence to comply to the patient's needs, okay. In within the 2 weeks, they get the patients need to get the blood back, okay, again, okay, again. Okay, this is called the criteria that have the forming and any antibody against and against, okay. So, why antibody screening matters, especially in the thalassemia? Okay, this is very important when you are involving. Is very impacts. Okay, they call it very impactful. Okay, this crucial. Okay, this is very crucial. We cannot say we cannot avoid it. All these things. Okay, I've noticed that there's some kind of the hospital. Okay, they are avoiding to do the antibody screening, antibody identification because of this. Have to save the budgets. Okay, they save the budget. They call it financial prudence. Okay. But when the patient receive the lifelong, okay, they are frequent of the transfusion, okay. This is not about you says about the patient who have the leukemia, cancer cells, but what is this is not about this, okay. This is about the patient who have the about the 20 years, 30 years get the blood transfusions, okay. There are greatly increase of the risk of antibody formation. They call the delay hemolytic transfusion reaction, hyperhemolysis, difficult finding of compatible units, and also the transfusions delay. Okay, when this happen, they call the splenectomy. You are very, since the patient of the thalassemia patient don't have any spleens anymore after they are received so many blood bags. Okay, inflammation, pregnancy history, they also increase the alloantibody development and also the complications of the interpretation of these thalassemia patients. Okay. So what is antibody screening? It is fundamental components is need to know the clinical workflow of the thalassemia patients. Okay. This is called a safeguard. Okay, the safeguard of the patients to immune-mediated complication of the multiple stages of the treatment. Okay, the first thing you have to do the start before the first transfusions, okay, to do establish the baseline. Okay, then you continue to regular of the chronic transfusion therapy and to detect the new antibody and also the list of the spatial of the investigation and also when the results are positive. This is also needs to approach the ensure, okay, to ensure the bags are received by patient is the accurate of the antibody identification and safer. Okay, when they are receive the blood bag, they have to high risk to go, to get the deaths after they receive a 1 to 5 minutes of the blood bag transfusions. Okay, they have the you need to notice that the complications, okay, complications after the blood transfusions, okay, this is all about the serious of the problem of the thalassemia patients. Okay. So the clinical rationale, okay, in advance of antibody screening, okay, is about when you are required the lifelong and also the repeating of the blood transfusion. I mentioned so many times of the repeating of the blood transfusions is all about the components is very needs to do among the thalassemia patients. Okay, you need to be aware is why is must to repeating of the blood transfusion. I do stress to all of you, okay, to know about the thalassemia is all about because they have the complication that cannot be 1 month, 2 months, 3 months is all about your life, okay. So the undetected of antibody may lead to the delay of the hemolytic transfusions, difficult of finding compatible bloods. Okay, difficulty finding compatible bloods. Okay, when your HB level is now only 5. Okay, you just imagine when the patient have the HB level until 5, there has no need, they cannot do anything because just do the bed rest. Okay, there is just bed rest. Okay, on the whole day because they need to waiting of the receive the blood back. Okay. Okay, the advanced antibody screening is detect important and the low level of antibody early to prevent of the antibody are forming in the future of the when they receive the blood back. Okay, to ensure the safe effort and a more effective transfusion care. We need to know that a patient of the thalassemia each in of every month receive 1 to 2 bags per month. Okay, per monthly. Okay, this is not a per year, it's per monthly. Okay, you need notice about this all this matter, and then you know about this detailing in very important of do the advanced antibody screening among the thalassemia patient. Okay, the role of the advanced antibody screening, okay, they ensure to advance to use to when routine tests are positive to identify specific or the hidden antibody. Okay, you will be aware, will notice that hidden antibodies is before the transfusions, okay, to prevent the complication during the after the transfusions, okay. Because the early and accurate detection is very clinical significant to prevent the forming of the allo antibody among the thalassemia patient, and also always to do to improve the patient the blood matching and also the transfusion compatibility. Blood matching between the donor and recipient is very important. We will have to face the problem where the patients need to receive the until the 1 month, okay, to hold the to get the blood, okay. You just imagine, okay, you eat a food is every day, right? Okay, you eat a food is every day, eat a rice, eat a chicken, is whatever it is. Okay, but the patients must waiting to eat of the blood. Okay, you can just imagine eat, drink a blood. Okay, drink a blood. Okay, without drink of the blood, they cannot be survived. Okay, so then when these are produced, we are to reduce the transfusion reaction. Okay, when it says the cost of the financial burden, but it's a very benefit to to reduce the transfusion reaction to make their long life for the thalassemia patient, and also the prevention of the alloimmunization and also the efficient of transfusion support. Okay, this is a contribute the quality of life of the thalassemia patients. Okay, I'm quite worried when we is involved with the thalassemia patient where it says that you need to be catered and then very carefully to when you are doing the screening. So all of you have to notice that mm, um is very important to improve the quality of life of the thalassemia patients. Okay. So this is an advanced antibody screening. Okay, the advanced antibody screening is very important. The standard serologic methods. Okay, they are called unreliable after the repeating of the transfusions. Okay, 1,000. Okay, 1,000 are blood received in 20 years. Okay, in 20 years. So it's quite imagine you have to forming of the allo antibody is very uh it's called the significant. Okay, the molecular genotyping is provides the accurate red cell antigen. Okay, because they are very heavily transfused patient, while enhanced antibody identification techniques such as enzyme panels, absorption elution technique by use the auto absorption, allo absorption, and elution techniques. Okay, to detect okay the hidden of the clinical significant antibody that called the fall below detections and but reappear with the exposure of these cases, okay, among the thalassemia patients, okay. So those things that okay because this is very low to detection of the hidden okay when the clinical significance of the antibody because to ensure the cipher of the blood okay components matching to the from the donor and the recipient and also the preventing serious of the transfusion reaction. Okay, when we are not use of these antibodies identifications, okay, you are put the life of the thalassemia patient in the risk. Okay. So then, okay, this is when the managing complex antibody identifications, when antibody screening is positive, reflects the protocol of the activated of the involved of the collaboration between the hematology and also the transfusion specialists. The comprehensive antibody identifications panel are performed to define all antibody and also to advanced technique called the absorption and evaluations and are used to uncover hidden or the mass of antibody. Again, the structures approach to enables to accurate blood matching and prevent the series of the complication, including delay hemolytic transfusions reaction, that sudden drop after they are received the blood transfusions. Okay. So then, okay, before that, okay, the clinical workflow for managing transfusion therapy in thalassemia patients, okay. Okay, sorry. So this is to minimize complications, okay? The minimize complication like immunization and iron overload while optimizing oxygen delivery. Okay, before the transfusions is done, okay, thalassemia patient undergo through the baseline of evaluation to reduce the future of the complications. Okay, we use to the CBC, cell blood count to assess the anemia, hemoglobin analysis to electrophoresis of the HPLC, and then to define the thalassemia type, immunohematology testing with the ABO, RHD typing, and also go to antibody screening. Okay, the standard of phenotyping and genotyping, especially for RH and KEL of antigen, okay, is performed to guide to minimize the future transfusion related of the complication as well, and also to minimize the risk of the alloimmunization and the long term of the transfusions of the complications. Okay, the complications is not they happen is just small of the illness. No, but it's called the consider the ill the consider of their life. Okay. So then, okay, the step two is called the chronic transfusions management. If before the first transfusions, okay, okay, the patient received the baseline testing of the cell blood count, antibody, HB analysis, okay, genotyping, phenotyping, and also to ensure the accurate of the diagnosis and enable safer of the transfusion while reducing the risk of the alloimmunizations. Okay, we go to repeat antibody screening and define interval and then also the product selection when you use the utilize of the leukodepleted packed red blood cell, okay, to reduce the transfusion related of the complication and improve the patient quality of life. Okay, we did not give the whole blood cells. Okay, we not give the whole blood cell to thalassemia patient. Okay, we are use the product selection to use to leukodepleted packed red cells, okay, to improve the quality of life of the patient. Okay, when antibody screening is positive, okay, a reflex testing is called the pathway is initiated with the close collaborations between the transfusions and hematology specialists. Okay, this is called the management with comprehensive antibody identification panel. Okay, I just go white sites when I'm going to hospital in the I think in one hospital in I think in one hospital in apa in Malaysia, okay. They are not performed to antibody identification because of the financial burden of the issue, okay. So that's the I'm query that's they call this you are put the life of patient of the thalassemia patient to the risk. Okay, because you are not doing of the antibody identification. Okay, of course the management include okay identification panels in as everything. Okay, because it's very important to detect the underlying of the allo antibody, because the underlying antibody is not used only performed by antibody screening. You are just go to further of use the advance of the transfusions. Okay, you need to go to the full of antibody identification panel. Okay, is necessary is advanced techniques is like absorption of illusions to identify the underlying of allo antibody. Okay, the transfusion strategy is antigen match unit. This last part of the antigen match unit, okay, is red blood cell based on the standard of phenotyping. Okay, They provide antigen match units at the minimum match of the RH and Cal. Okay. When possible, is to prevent alloimmunizations, transfusions with high transfusion need or antibody complication, adjunctive the therapy for patient as well, such as the luspatercept, and also maybe used to reduce the transfusion requirements by improving of the red blood cell of the productions. Okay. So this is what I'll give the summary is very important. It's called the issue is the workflow step by step is the approach to thalassemia patient. Okay, is starting with the baseline blood grouping and extended to phenotyping and before we first transfusion to prevent allo and immunization. Okay, we have called the allo immunization because you after they receive so many bloods of the blood bank, so many years. Okay. The patient receive the regular antigen match of the transfusion to maintain adequate of the hemoglobin level and also to reflect the antibody when they needed. Okay, when the long term of management of the focus on the monitoring transfusion effectiveness. Okay, we need to detect the hemolysis early and also the preventing the iron overload through the regular surveillance and chelation therapy to ensure the safe of the effectiveness of the lifelong care among thalassemia patient. Because this is overall is integrates of the preventing tasting and also the precision of the blood matching also and the ongoing surveillance to maximize the transfusion safety and also minimize of the complications and also to improve the long-term outcome for the thalassemia patient. Okay, so that which antigen matching strategy is the best in thalassemia. Okay, the best antigen matching strategy is extended red blood cell is called the phenotyping. Okay, this is called the protocol to minimize of the transfusions related complication, red cell alloimmunizations at a minimum. Okay, RH, CE, Cal, K, capital K matching is recommended for all chronic transfused patients, okay, population that can be expanded to DAFI and also KIT, MNS system for the high risk of the patient that prior of the allo antibody and also the high risk ethnic mismatch between the donor pool and also the recipients and history of the transfusion reaction and also the poor increment among the patients. Okay, the use of the why you must use of the leukodepleted packed red cell because this need to improve, okay, to improve one of the strategy to reduce the risk of the complication and improve the quality of life for those who are transfusion dependent thalassemia. Okay, they are kind of called the transfusions dependent of the blood bag. Okay, so this is who start transfusion in adulthood and require close of the collaboration between the two labs, okay, hematology and transfusions, especially for safe the long term of the management among the thalassemia patient. Okay, this is very vital, okay, to make sure when begin the transfusion therapy, okay, when to ensure to safer of the chronic transfusion management. Okay, the which marker they help to identify delay hemolytic transfusion reaction in the patient. Okay, the delay hemolytic transfusion reaction is identified by a sudden of the unexpected drop in hematology after the transfusion. The poor HB level is respond after the transfusion and rising the bilirubin level indicate the right cell of the destruction. Means that after they are received the blood transfusions of the blood bag, okay, they are expected to drop of the HB they call the destruction of the red cell. This is called the antibody screening on the serial testing of the signal allo antibody formation is while advanced immunohematology studies is called the antibody screening, antibody identification by the elution and absorption technique is confirmed to help identify the hidden of the antibody that responsible for the reaction. Okay. So, the figure shows about the precisions about the thalassemia screening with the third generation of the sequencings. Okay, this is study done. Okay, by third generation sequencing and against the traditional of the PCR method. Is TGS are more mutations including the rare and hidden variants with the higher detection rates and enabling accurate of identification as well of the complex gene changes in the single test and also to improve the diagnosis patients with unclear or atypical patients results and support the better of the clinical decision as well. And why is this is very important? Okay, because the hidden of the thalassemia, hidden of the thalassemia mutation in patient show normal in the results, routine blood test. But the precision for the rare of the phenotype, we need to detect by the reliable of this approach, to inconsistent of the clinical presentation in the normal of the traditional PCR method. Okay, the PCR can be missed of this. Okay, this lead of the earlier and more accurate diagnosis and the correct the classification of the disease severity as well. Okay, and better genetic counseling and more appropriate the long term of the management for patient and also the families member. Okay, so in conclusion, when the routine blood test show is warning sign, so indicated the special lab tests are used to find the hidden antibody that could cause the problem during the treatment. Okay, this is issue you need to focus to find out the hidden of the antibody when it's caused the problem during the treatment. Okay, doctor and blood specialists work closely together to understand this result and choose the safest care plan of the patient. But the advanced tests help to prevent the serious reaction and cause a sudden drop in the blood level, keeping the patient safer during the transfusion. Okay. Thalassemia is very unique to aware is the lifelong disease and it is require transfusions dependent condition at require of the precise of the diagnosis and a careful plan of the transfusion management to prevent the serious of the complication. Okay, this is not you much to say that can cost their life. Okay, accurate baseline of the evaluation that called the standard of the phenotyping, genotyping, antibody screening, advance of antibody identification, because to reduce the important issue to reduce the allo immunizations, and also to prevent the transfusions reaction. Antigen match of the transfusions is very important, vigilant of monitoring and for hemolysis of the iron overload and the use of the advanced technologies such as molecular testing and the third generation that I already mentioned, sequencing of the very important. The thing is to improve of the transfusion safety and the treatment of effectiveness and the patient quality of life. In overall, this advanced serology approach are critical to preventing the series of the complication, including acute of the transfusions reaction, unexpected hemoglobin decline, and also the particularly in patient with the complex immunological conditions. Okay, that's we need to says that to improve the quality of the thalassemia patient, this is must to need to aware. Okay, I think thank you very much. I will stop here. Thank you very much then.
Isma, for the presentation, and I think it's very excellent for us to understand more about the thalassemia. Dr. Isma said about the thalassemia is an inherited blood disorder where the body cannot produce enough healthy hemoglobin leading to chronic anemia. Also, Dr. Isma said about the blood transfusion is essential because it replaces missing healthy red blood cells and can improve oxygen delivery to the body. And in this slide, talk about the many patients need lifelong blood transfusion to survive. Is that correct,
Yeah.
Dr. Isma? And the thalassemia patient depend on long-term blood transfusion, which can trigger the formation of antibodies against donor red blood cell. And the one thing that more important is about the clinical workflow for thalassemia transfusion management. There are two phases that Dr. Isma said. Phase 1 about the baseline evaluation and initial management, also the establish an extended red cell baseline until the reflex testing for positive screens. And the phase 2, there are transfusion strategy and long-term surveillance until the mitigate chronic iron overload. And to conclude, Dr. Isma said about the overall, this advanced serological approach are critical for preventing serious complication, including acute transfusion reaction and unexpected hemoglobin decline, particularly in patients with complex immunological condition. Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Isma, for the presentation today. And ladies and gentlemen, from the three speakers, I believe that all of us have certainly all gained. And with the conclusion of the third speakers today, we will now proceed to the next session. It is the discussion session. To Dr. Nana and Ms. Nam, also Dr. Isma, there are several questions that have been collected by the committee. And okay, so we will begin to Dr. Nana for our first speakers. Dr. Nana?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Nana, there is a question from Reva Eka Ramadhani from Stikes Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta. The question is, how effective is the use of RDT or rapid diagnostic test compared to NRT, nucleic acid testing, in detecting transfusion transmitted infections in areas with limited electricity and cooling equipment? So Dr. Nana, please answer the question from Reva. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I will try to answer the question that has been asked by Reva about how effective is the use of rapid diagnostic test. Actually, the rapid diagnostic test itself are designed to provide a quick and preliminary detection for a specific infection during simple methodologies. Which is not require complex laboratory infrastructure. But as we all know that Indonesia has also to follow the international standard, which is maybe we are following the WHO for the blood screening itself. We believe that higher sensitivity and advanced technology are giving us the what they call the beneficiary for for detecting the infection. So we believe using the standard that are now implemented in regulation can be benefit for also the patient and also in general for Indonesian people as a general. So for the rapid diagnostic test, of course, it can for now, according to our regulation, we have to follow the regulation which are clear. But I know that some of the area cannot be provided, maybe for the electricity. But I believe as the UPD, all the UPD in Indonesia, we have also the minimal standard. So I believe we can provide the electricity and we can provide the method. I think the rapid diagnostic test is can be used in what you call in the certain situation gitu. In the certain situation, maybe maybe in the maybe when the patient want to test I mean to the screening for the screening purpose, but we have to make sure before it is transfused to the patient. We use the standardized methodological, which is the nucleic acid testing. So I think I think that's compared to the advanced method. Of course, the ADT has lower sensitivity, and sensitivity from the clear. So that's why the government not encourage, but make the clear as a minimum standard. So all the OPD have to fulfill that regulation. Maybe that's my answer. I hope it can answer the question from Ref.
Okay, okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nana. So maybe RBT is better for screening, yeah, Dr. Nana, and for the advanced technology like nucleic acid testing, maybe it can use for the clinical standard like that. And right now for the government, CLIA, semiluminescent immunoassay, used to what I say for detecting the transfusion transmitted infections in many UPD in Indonesia.
Yes, I think for the
Okay,
Mr. Gavin, mungkin maybe that the rapid diagnostic test it is for screening, but for blood screening, for the blood screening before it's transfused to the patient,
yes,
we have to use the minimum standard that are now
minimum standard.
yeah, minimum standard. Now it's clear. Okay, thank you.
Clear. Okay. What about Dr. Nana? What about the ELISA? Is it still used for the standard of the minimum?
Yeah, we believe that now we cannot use the rapid test and the minimum is clear. So I think if it has it have the similar sensitivity
Yes,
and
okay.
specificity, we can use it as our methodological. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nana, for the answer. Okay, is there any question again? Okay, to our second speakers, Miss Nam. So, Miss Nam?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Miss Nam, this is the question from Raihanatul Kolbi from Stikas Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta. The question is, how significant is the risk of torch transmission through blood transfusion in pregnant women? And is current donor screening sufficient? And what about the, what is it? What about the, snacks in Thailand? Okay.
Oh.
Not maybe what about the handle, yeah?
Oh,
How the Thailand government handling the torch transmission? Okay.
yes, for
Okay, please, Miss Nam. Yes.
Are you hear me? Are you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, you can
Okay.
please.
In Thailand, mostly we screening for the blood transfusions for the pregnant, but oh, I think the direction is about how significant for that I talked already about the CMV. CMV is commonly so in Thailand if the pregnant need for to use the blood transfusion we should to screening but from the as the nurse law most how to say as the nurse law we awareness but for the laboratory screening I don't know the detail what they use what they do something like that. Yes.
Okay, so what's the question? Sorry. So, so
So
from the
mostly
Thailand
in
government
Thailand
is
we screening
mostly,
for
yeah.
the donates first.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. To the pregnant woman also is the Thailand government do the screening.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Miss Nam, for the answer. Okay. Maybe we can next to the other question. Okay. From Mr. Rida Alim to our third speaker, Dr. Isma from University Negeri Yogyakarta. To Dr. Isma, how is the Malaysian government efforts in dealing with thalassemia from prevention to treatment? To Dr. Isma. Are you still with us, Dr. Isma?
So sorry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you
Okay,
for the
Dr.
question,
Isma. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the questions.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah, so far the Malaysian government put so many efforts. Okay, when involving with
Okay.
thalassemia and also with the NGO as well. Okay, we call the NGO thalassemia in Malaysia is quite broad. Okay, I'm also the advisor of the thalassemia in Malaysia. Okay, NGO. So that one of the things is first the thing is to prevent is to create the awareness among the members of the Malaysians. Okay, to create the awareness is very important to issue to prevent of the highest numbers of the produce of the
Yeah.
more patients in the future. Okay, the thing is second things is to do the antibody identification and then to give the about the sponsor of the all the medications given to the patient as well. Okay, when the treatment are sponsored by the Malaysian of the government, okay, start from the cradle until to the grave. Okay, the start of the age of the 6 months until the age of the adults. Okay. So they are not paid. Okay, we even of the bloods. Okay, the medication as well. Okay, but they're still in progress to do the preventing of the complication of the during the transfusions. Okay, but okay we have the causes of the financial burden issue. Okay, when we involve with the medication of the treatment as well. Okay, but afraid in the future, okay, there's no financial sponsored for the governments. Okay, if we cannot prevent of the now increasing number of the thalassemia in Malaysia. Okay, this is quite of the issue when increasing numbers of the like the before 2017, the patients number is on 8,000 only in Malaysia. Okay, but nowadays is almost 12,000. It's increasing year by year in 1,000 plus. Okay, this is not successful, and then the reductions of the financial and also that is quite big worried. Okay, but that is why we need to do the awareness to prevent to prevent of the treatment. Okay, thank you very much of this.
Okay, thank
questions.
you, Dr. Isma. So the Malaysian government has done the prevention until the treatment of the thalassemia patient, right?
Yeah.
And okay, thank you, Dr. Wan, for the answer. So, is there any question again? Oh yeah. Okay, this is for Dr. Nana again. The question is from Eka Pratiwi from Stikes Gunabangsa Yogyakarta. To Dr. Nana, in terms of transfusion safety, how blood bank system to make sure the blood donor clearly free HIV, remembering the HIV window period. Please, Dr. Nana.
Okay.
Okay.
I already mentioned it before in the slide.
Okay. Yeah.
We have phases of blood screening in blood management services and also in blood transfusion. So there are 2 times of blood screening, which is when in UPD when the blood are being tested before it can be distributed to other health facility, or in this case a blood bank. Okay, and then we also have to make sure that before it is infused to the patient, the blood bank do the testing itself to make sure to check the safety of the blood product. So it have to be tested again. So I believe when we use the right standard in operational and also we use the proper method, we can make sure that the blood is safe before it was
for the patient.
For the patient before transfusion. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nana, for the answer to Miss Eka Pratiwi. Is there any question again? Oh, from Miss Eka Pratiwi again, yeah. From Stikes Gunabangsa Yogyakarta to Miss Nam. So the question is, what are the primary challenges in implementing standard education-based prevention for toxoplasmosis and rubella in rural area?
Yeah,
Okay.
I will talk about the Thai context. So for the
Okay.
rubella is in rural areas, we found the lack immune in teenage pregnancy. They get pregnant before they receive the rubella vaccine.
Yeah.
Okay, and about the
Toxoplasmosis.
toxoplasmosis, normally we teach the hygiene, watching the step of watching hygiene in kindergarten.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So we have to do the hygiene system and step to prevention the toxoplasmosis and rubella, especially in rural areas. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Miss Nam, for the answer. Maybe this is the last question. Yeah. From Priscilia Amanda from Atmajaya University to Dr. Isma. The question is, what is the role of blood bank inventory management in ensuring the availability of rare blood units for thalassemia patient with multiple antibodies? To Dr. Isma, please. Hello, Dr. Isma?
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the questions.
Okay.
Okay, about that questions. Okay, the inventory. Okay, in Malaysia they have called the Pusat Darah Negara. Okay, they call the blood bank, national. Okay, in one located in the Kuala Lumpur. Okay, they save the blood of the rare of the blood units. Okay, for the thalassemia patient on other kind of the hereditary disease. Okay. Okay, and also called the one of the donor of the caller donor. They call the one of the donor that's very attached with the thalassemia patients is very important when they are very rare to get the blood. Okay, they are upon on the call. Okay, the needs of the blood when the patients needs. Okay, they are called the donor to give the blood give the blood back to the patients. Okay, and also okay, we urge to tell the thalassemia patient. Okay, when they come to get the blood back, please bring together two of the donor. Okay, two of the donor as well. Okay, to make sure the component of the blood bank are enough in the Malaysia, in the blood bank. Okay, because we have the issue of the blood bag, it's not enough in the hospital. Okay, we try to urge of the patient. Okay, bring two donor when you get the blood bag as well. This is not necessary, but to make sure the blood bag is enough in the hospital as well. Okay, to make sure the blood for them are enough because they are very rare to get the blood bag as well. Okay, thank you very much for the questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Isma, for the answer. Okay. There are several questions again to Dr. Nana, Miss Nam, and also Dr. Isma. Okay, to Dr. Nana again. The question from Nurul Hidayah from Stickers Pemkap Jombang. To Dr. Nana, is it possible for infected blood to escape screening? Of the 4 viruses that need to be detected, which one has the most complicated screening method? Or maybe for the 3 viruses and 1 bacteria, I think, yeah. So maybe Dr. Nana?
Okay, so for the question, of course, it's certainly possible, yeah. It can be escaped from the screening, especially when the operational standard had not been performed, okay. And also, yeah, the method or the maybe they are using reagent that was outdated maybe or yeah, I think we have to require to fulfill the standard procedure and also the method and proper reagent for ensuring the safety of the blood, so it will be not escaping the screening. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it can be possible. So
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nana. How about the endemic area, Dr. Nana?
yeah, for endemic area in Indonesia, there are still malaria. Yeah, I think so. For the certain area are required to perform additional tests like malaria screening. So that's we are also stated in the regulation. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nana, for the good answer to Nurul Hidayah. And the next question, is there any question? Okay, to Miss Nam, the question from Litvina Fitri Bahagia from Stikas Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta to Miss Nam. The question is, how does the Thai government regulate dealing with infectious disease? Sorry, to Miss Nam. Okay. I repeat again, how does the Thai government regulate dealing with infectious disease that can be transmitted through blood transfusion? Okay.
It's quite difficult for me about I will share with my opinions. So
Okay.
in Thai government we will have screening for the donors or dependents, all the case for the like sexual transmissions. So I think if you ask how does Thai government could during, so I think it's the basic we aware about the
Yeah.
infections. Yes.
Okay. Okay, because Miss Nam in the Boromara Yunani College
Yes,
University.
nurse. So it's difficult to answer this.
Okay, I see. Thank you very much, Miss Nam, for the answer. Okay, thank you, Litvina, also for the question. And then, is there any question? Okay, to Dr. Isma. The sender is Nurul Hidayah again from Stikes Pemkab Jombang. Dr. Isma, is it possible for the blood to be rejected by the patient immune response, even if the test meets standards? And is it necessary to perform antibody testing on the patient before the transfusion?
Yeah, thank you for the questions, then. Yes, it's very important to do the antibody testing that I mentioned that before in the slides, okay? But they have to some kind of things of the first antibody screenings, okay? Then we proceed for the antibody identifications, okay? That's how we they still have the rejections of the blood, okay? They have the case of the rejections of the blood, okay? Because there's some kind of the hidden of the blood antibody, they call the allo antibody. Okay, when we found that the allo antibody found in the patients, okay, they call the rejection of the blood, called the destruction of the hemoglobin. Okay, that's how we proceed to antibody identifications to find the more important of the blood components. Yeah, there are various standards of the called the to prevent of the reactions. Okay. So, but a certain hospital in Malaysia did only to do the antibody screenings. Okay, so they put the life of the risk of the patient thalassemia because I not proceed to antibody identification, or also called the advance of antibody identifications. Okay, but it's depend on the hospital as well, and depend on the budget in the hospital as well. Okay, and the certain hospital in Malaysia do it until the antibody screening, not to proceed antibody ident. It's depend on the hospital and depend on how many of the patient are thalassemia in that hospital, in that state of the region. Okay, so that's why we need to increase the numbers of the thalassemia patient in Malaysia to prevent the financial burdens in the hospital and as well in the country. Thank you very much for the questions, then.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ima. So the blood to be rejected by the patient immune response, especially even in right. Thank you, Dr. Isma, answer. Okay, this is the closing remarks, I think, yeah, for the discussion session today, for the first session of first international conference on health and blood bank technology. Thank you very much for the insightful question and also on the engaging discussion. And on behalf of the organizing committee, Dr. Nana, Ms. Nam, also Dr. Isma, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all of the first speakers, second speakers, and third speakers in the first session today. So this is the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Nana Ratna Arfani. Thank you very much. And we hope this can be kindly accepted, Dr. Nana.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
thank you, Dr. Nana. And we look forward to further collaboration in the future. Thank you very much, Dr. Nana. And the next certificate of appreciation we give to Miss Nam or Miss Siria Fons Jen Sariga. Thank you very much, Miss Nam. And we hope this can be kindly accepted too. And we look forward to further collaboration in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Nam. And the last one, certificate of appreciation we will give to Dr. Wan Isma Hanisa Ismail. Thank you very much, Dr. Isma,
Thank
for
you very much.
the presentation today, and we have this can be kindly accepted.
Yeah, thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you, Dr. Isma. So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our discussion session. Thank you very much to all of you, to all the speakers for the first session today. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. I would like to apologize if there were any mistakes on my part as the moderator while guiding session 1. I now return to session to Ismi Habibah as the master of ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mrs. Gravinda Widyaswara, SSE MSc, for moderating the session. Distinguished participants, we would like to remind all attendees of the International Conference of Health and Blood Bank Technology, ICoHBBT, to remain until the end of the seminar, as the attendance link will be shared at the end of the event through the, through the Zoom chat column. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next main session. This session will be moderated by Ms. Alia Rahman, SSE and Biotech. We kindly encourage active participation from all participants by submitting questions to the speaker. Allow me to read the CV of Ms. Alia Rahman, SSE and Biotech. Ms. Alia Rahman, SSE and Biotech, Education, 2014 until 2018, Bachelor of Science, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, 2019 until 2022, Master of Biotechnology, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Working experiences, 1 lecturer of Blood Bank Technology Study Program, focused on immunohematology, immunology, and molecular biology. 2. Reviewer at Jurnal Medicine Kesehatan Universitas Sumatera Barat. To Miss Aulia Rahman, SSE and Biotech, the time and screen are respectfully yours.
Okay, thank you so much for Ismi Habibah for the time and opportunity that given to me. Have you heard my voice, Ismi?
Yes, Miss.
Okay. Good morning, our distinguished speakers, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to welcome you to this discussion session of the International Conference on Health and Blood Bank Technology, held by Stikes Gunabangsa Yogyakarta, Educate to Elevate. This event was also co-hosted by Stikes Rajakwesi Bojonegoro and Stikes Pemkab Jombang. My name is Aulia Rahman and I will be your moderator for this second session. Today, on this second session, we are very fortunate to have 2 outstanding experts who will share their insight on advanced immunohematology and its role in modern transfusion medicine. But before we start, let me introduce you to Dr. Hans. Are you there, Dr. Hans?
Selamat siang for you, selamat pagi for here, and good morning to all of you. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm here.
Oke, selamat siang Dr. Hans and good afternoon to Dr. Ria Syafitri.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Terima kasih.
Okay, but Dr. Ria and Dr. Hans will share their insight on advanced immunohematology and its role in modern transfusion medicine. This session will focus on how technological innovation and precision medicine are shaping the future of antibody screening and blood compatibility testing. So, let me introduce to our fourth speaker. Our fourth speaker is Dr. Ria Shafitri Evi Gantini. She is an expert in immunohematology and biomedical sciences with a strong focus on the integration of laboratory science into clinical decision making. Today, Dr. Ria will present about immunohematology in the era of precision medicine. Before this session, Dr. Ria She is graduated on 1991 from Medical Faculty, Universitas Gajah Mada, and for 2004, she was graduated from Master of Biomedicine, Universitas Indonesia, and on 2020, she was graduated from Doctor of Biomedicine, Universitas Indonesia. Her working experience, she was the head of UDD PMI Pusat from 2015 until 2025, and she is the head of the Plasma Fractionation Acceleration Team UDD PMI Pusat from 2025 until now. So, Dr. Ria, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Is it me for first presentation?
Yes, Dr. Ria
Okay.
for the first presentation in this session. So, in
Okay.
this session, Dr. Ria will present about how immunohematology supports personalized healthcare, the importance of detailed blood group profiling, and the role of precision medicine in optimizing transfusion outcomes for individual patient. So, Dr. Ria, time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Aulia yang cantik. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee for being invited to be a speaker at this important event, International Conference of Health and Blood Bank Technologies, Tikas Guna Bangsa Yogyakarta. And I think this conference is very valuable and very good, yeah, for everyone who works in blood services. Actually, I have many slides, but I will try to speak faster, yeah, and maybe skip for some slide, yeah. And my title of my topic that I will convey in is immunohematology in the era of precision medicine. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the topics. Yeah, you can. Next slide. Next. Yeah. So what is the precision medicine era? Yeah, precision medicine era is an era where the development of medical technology, sorry, yeah, the medical technology allow for more accurate and effective treatment by considering genetic characteristic, environment, and also lifestyle. So in this way, patient will receive treatment that is more suited to their needs, reducing side effects and also improving their quality of life. Some example, cancer treatment, genetic disease treatment, chronic disease treatment. Next slide, please. And yeah, and the precision medicine is also supported by advanced technology such as genome analysis, and also now is very common, yeah, artificial intelligence, data processing technology. But this era of precision medicine offers new hope for a patient for get the accurate and effective treatment, of course. Next slide. And I said before, then one of the precision medicine is a genome analysis or DNA mapping. The human DNA mapping is the process of identifying and mapping the DNA sequences contained in the human genome. Yeah, it is important step in understanding how genes work and how they are linked to disease. Yeah, and nowadays, and blood services also develop for genome analysis. This is in biomolecular in blood group antigen genotyping. Yeah, next slide. So blood group genotyping, antigen genotyping, that is relevant with my topic, yeah, immunohematology and the precision medicine, yeah. Now, so of course the human DNA mapping application also parts of precision medicine, yeah. And for the blood transfusion sector, human DNA mapping application are implemented through biomolecular examination in the form of genotyping examination for blood group antigens. Yeah, this is the immunohematology, and the other is another blood transfusion services, molecular NAT for nucleic acid testing for TTI's agent. Next slide, please. And for learning topics, I will speak about immunohematology in the era of precision medicine. Yeah, so we have 9 topic. I will explain per topics. Yeah, after in my slide after this. Next. First, I want to talk about evaluation of immunohematology towards the era of precision medicine. Yeah, starting the history of immunohematology. Before long time ago, for transfusion, starting with the drinking blood transfusion from animals, and also direct human to human blood transfusion. But in 19 Karl Landsteiner discovered the ABO blood types. Yeah, that is marking the beginning of the development of blood transfusion practices, and also follow the other researcher. Yeah, more develop again since the trigger from World War II, yeah, Second World War, yeah, which led to an increased need for blood transfusion. Next slide, please. And the evaluation of immunohematology towards the era of precision that the Landsteiner discovered of the ABO blood group system was based on the 2 factors, antigen and antibody. Antigen is in red blood cell, yeah. And nowadays we already found that currently 398 red blood cell antigen that group into 48 blood group system. Yeah, this is in May 2025. Maybe now more than 398. Yeah, and the antibody, of course, located in the blood group serum. Yeah, blood group antigen are inherited genetically according to Mendel's law. So this is the combination of 2 alleles from the parents that of course can be homozygous or heterozygous. And the antibody can natural or immune antibody. Yeah, and no knowledge of blood group antigen and antibody is one of the foundation of blood transfusion practices. Yeah, theoretical basis of immunohematology, and also become molecular or DNA basis of blood group examination. Yeah. Next slide, please. The role of antigen and antibody in precision approach is each individual has unique red blood cell antigen on their membranes. They have a specific genetic patterns, genotype. Yeah, and these antigens are typically expressed on red blood cell as a phenotype. And the combination of 2 alleles, like I said before, yeah, from the parents can be homozygous when the alleles are identical at the locus on both chromosomes, and heterozygous when the alleles are not identical. Yeah. Next slide, please. And as you know that the role antigen and antibody, yeah, basic of immunohematology examination is based on for next slide, please. Sorry, next slide. Yes. The basic immunohematology examination in antibody, of course, the most common are immunoglobulin G and immunoglobulin M. And the basis of immunohematology examination is reaction between antigen and antibody. Yeah, we look for the agglutination. Yeah, next slide. The variation in blood group antigen and antibody beside ABO, yes, like I said before, we already have 48 blood group system. Yeah, the basic molecular sequences of this red blood cell have been determined. Yeah, and ABO system antibody are natural, the antibody from the ABO. But some other blood group system do not have antibody. The antibody develop after exposure to transfusion or pregnancy, triggering the develop of antibody or allo antibody. Yeah, next slide. This is just about the variation of the blood group system. You can see that for R8 or rhesus, they have many member of antigen. Yeah. Okay, next slide. So the rhesus blood group system is among the most clinically significant because its antigen can trigger the development of allo antibody when transfused into patients who do not have the same antigen. If the participant already hear the presentation from the Dr. Isma, she already explained more about the screening of antibody, right? So this is relevant with her presentation. Some other blood group system also have similar properties, but they are not as strong as rhesus. Yeah. So therefore, examination of donor and recipient ABO and rhesus blood types and their compatibility as the basis for pre-transfusion testing. So this is good practice in immunohematology and until now still valid. Yeah, until now still valid. So next slide. But of course, the immunohematology have already developed. Yeah, nowadays already developed until genotyping that starting in 2009. In 2009, yeah, you can see in the picture in this slide. Okay, next slide. So immunohematology examination practice, it must be ABO and RH blood typing, yeah, both of cell typing and also serum typing between donors and also with the patient, yeah. And the second one, blood donor antibody screening and identification, both between donor and also antibody screening and identification of patient blood. Yeah. And the last one is cross matching. Yeah, cross matching between donor and patient sample. Because it is impossible for all donor blood to be compatible, so must be made to provide the most appropriate and safest blood as so as to reduce the risk of transfusion reaction and the emergence of all antibody. Yeah. So pre-transfusion examination practices must be carried out properly according to standard or guidelines. Yeah. So next slide, please. And currently ABO and RH blood typing and crossmatch nowadays, yeah, they almost performed by all our blood services unit. But since 2006, yeah, we also promoted about the screening and antibody identification of blood donor, yeah, and move to screening and antibody identification in patient. But however, screening and antibody identification of blood donor, of course, not all of our blood services doing or perform in all our blood services in Indonesia. Meanwhile, phenotyping is currently limited to several blood services with the large donation volume. Yeah. Being promoted as a national program in several referral blood services. I will tell about it later. Yeah, especially for those that have undergone antibody screening at both their blood services and also hospital blood services. Yeah, so although screening and antibody identification of patient blood is not yet performed, and most of our hospital blood services in Indonesia, but some they already do the screening and antibody identification of patient. Yeah? So now we move to next slide. How about the genotype? Genotype, the genes inherited from each parent's blood type are found on the chromosome. Phenotype, we saw, but in serology. The visible express effects of inherited genes, characters that are evident through examination or direct observation. Individuals with the same phenotypes may have different genotypes. So for example, a person that have blood group A, of course, genotype can AA or AO, but the antigen on erythrocyte, of course, A, something like this, and others blood group. Yeah. So next slide. And for blood typing examination in serology, examination or testing, yeah, antigen, this is based on antigen and antibody reaction, agglutination. Yeah. For against antigen, of course, we through the cell typing, we use antisera, yeah, for phenotyping. Against antibody, of course, we do the serotyping. We use the standard test cell. Yeah. So I think the participants already know about the result of the screening or examination of the blood typing. Yeah. Next slide. And this is the advanced technology for antibody screening or identification. I think Dr. Isma already explained about it. Yeah. Antibody screening and identification is to determine the presence of antibody in the plasma. Of course, in the plasma such as donor or from the patient, both natural and immune. Yeah. And if the result is positive from the screening, so it must be direct to antibody identification to determine the antibody specificity. The plasma to be tested is reacted with a panel cell. The panel cell that can use for antibody screening is called small panel. But for antibody identification, we must use large panel. Yeah. But for to be a panel, it must be required some persyaratan, ya, including having a homozygous antigen composition. It must be homozygous, the antigen, yeah, because we know the antigen dosage effect of the panel cell. Is it not easy to make the panel cell? So usually principal or commercial manufacturer can provide it, yeah, according to the requirement for the panel cell. Yeah. Next slide, please. This is the antigram antibody screening table for the small panels that contain 2 panels. Yeah. Next slide. And this is the antigram for the identification of the antibody, usually using the large panel. Large panel usually contain 10 until 11 panel. Yeah, I think Dr. Hans will be explain explain more detail about the panel cell. Yeah. So the next slide. Next. So the antibody screening testing, sometimes we found the problems when unexpected antibody are detected that maybe is clinically significant. Usually it's come from blood group AB, O, RH, Cal, Davi, KIT, big S and little s. This is the clinically significant. Yeah. The other is antibody that are sometimes significant or rarely significant. Yeah. So a blood donor must be a, a mix or fit the antigen negative for the antibody found. Yeah. Next slide, please. So what the standard for immunohematology examination and blood management unit, especially in Indonesia? Yeah, we talk about in Indonesia standard. Yeah, next slide, please. Based on the Ministry of Health regulation, yeah, you can see the apa namanya ini tabel ya di sini ya alur ya. If we already found the blood group testing, yeah, continue cross-match testing, yeah. First we already done the blood group testing, and after that directly continue the cross-match testing. If we found negative, so it's mean that blood group can give to the patient, can transfuse to the patient. But if we found the positive result, so the blood cannot give to the patient. It must be investigated. Yeah. So, but sometimes this alur apa ya bahasa Inggrisnya? Can found the problem. Yeah. For example, the next slide, please. Possible cause of compatible. For example, we have patient patient. They have weak antibody and low titer. So if we give the blood donor that the blood donor have an antigen that match the antibody that blood patient have, and the antigen of the blood donor is homozygous, for example big C, and the antibody of the blood patient is anti-big C. So the result of the cross-match will be positive, so cannot transfuse. Yeah. But if the blood donor no match antigen, no match antigen, so the antigen negative reacts with the antibody that the blood patient have, so the result will be negative. So the blood can give to the patient. But sometimes we found that in blood donors there is an antigen but in heterozygous allele. So it's will be as if it actually not perfectly compatible, but we found the result is negative. So it's to be cause a delay type hemolytic transfusion because it's to be a low immunization. Yeah. So the next slide. So we also have the regulation from Ministry of Health. If the blood services, hospital blood services can do the screening antibody of the patient, and the blood services and blood unit, can also doing the screening antibody for the donors, So if they ask to the blood for the transfusion, they already do the uji saring screening antibody for the patient. If the result, positive, so it must be the screening antibody patient must be continue to identification antibody. Yeah. If we found the antibody, a specific antibody, so we must found the blood donors that antigen negative for the patient that have antibody. So this is the second allure and the Ministry of Health standard. Yeah, next slide, please. So that is why behind antibody screening, so almost also the important thing is antigen phenotyping or antigen examination. Phenotyping means a serological examination of the phenotype of red blood cell antigen in a sample being examined, reacting with specific antisera reagent. This is a follow-up to screening and antibody identification. But genotyping means an examination based on the application of molecular genetic. This is precision medicine, right? Applied to the molecular examination of red blood cell. Next slide, please. Genotyping examination already developed, include blood group antigen genotyping examination since around 2009. Currently, there is a kit available that can identify the R8, Rhesus, Cal, Kit, Davy, MNS, Diego, Dombro, Carlton, and also Cartwright. So that a patient will get the right blood according to their blood type antigen. Yeah, next slide, please. I think I can skip this slide. Next slide, please. Nah, this is the result of the genotyping examination on blood donors and thalassemia patient. I do it in 2016, for my doctor, for my dissertation. Next slide, please. And we found the result that for blood group system rhesus, most of the donors have big C and little e. Big C and little e. We focus only on rhesus because the most of the allo antibody is from the rhesus type. So, but the big C and little c also found, but in this sample in donors, we also found little c, big E in 2 sample donors. You can imagine that if the sample from these donors transfused to the patient that have big C and little e. So next slide, please.
Excuse me, Dr. Ria.
Yeah.
You still have 4 minutes left.
Okay. Yeah, this is already I told before. Most of donor and patient have big C and little e, but some have little c, big E. So you can imagine if the little c and big E transfuse to the most of the patient big C and little e. So it will be trigger the development of antibody. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is some the research. Some the patient have a low antibody of anti big E and anti little c. Next slide, please. This is same. The patient have a big C and little e, but the donor is little c, big E. So they develop anti big E. So next slide, please. So for application of precision medicine in transfusion practices, conducting in blood group antigen genotyping examination. So of course, this is a very good, but genotyping is still expensive. Okay, if the patient can get the donor that no antigen, and we know the antigen is best match for the patient, donors, antigen donor match with antigen patient, so can now promote the antibody of the patient. So next slide, please. But for transfusion of multi-transfusion patient, Dr. Isma also already said about it. Because they have repeated transfusion, the possibility of allo antibody appearing is very high. Yeah, the presence of alloantibody in patient, especially also in thalassemia, make it difficult to obtain compatible or suitable blood in pre-transfusion examination. So it will be delay and difficult in obtain the compatibility red blood cell unit. Yeah, so that the donor blood prepare match the patient red blood cell antigen. Yeah, a low antibody does not appear. So phenotype or examination, and if possible genotype, if possible genotyping. Yeah, next slide, please. So now we starting, yeah, in Indonesian Red Cross Blood Services, we starting socialization. For antibody screening, we already starting in 2006, yeah. But for phenotyping, now we already starting for socialization. Usually for the referral blood services, yeah. It is important to carry out the red blood cell antigen phenotype examination, especially if the patient already has a low antibody, yeah. Because the donor blood must be given that is antigen negative to the allo antibody the patient has. It is important to prepare donor blood whose antigen variation are known. Yeah? So that is easier to prepare for patients who have allo antibody, so that they must be given the right donor blood. Phenotyping examination of donor blood for certain antigen according to the allo antibody researcher data, which is most frequently found. So that is why first visualization phenotyping examination, first the initial phenotype for rhesus. In several other countries, it is a supplement with cal, maybe in the abroad, yeah. For example, in Dr. Prof. Hans, yeah, based on research conducted. Next slide, please.
Dr. Ria, you still
Yeah,
have
yeah,
a
yeah.
minute
Next slide.
left.
Yeah, yeah. Next slide. So, comparing another research, yeah, from Depok and also from 12 blood center. Next slide, please. This is the same result, yeah. Most of the blood donor or the patient have big C and little e. You can see in the slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is same, yeah. Next slide, please. Big C and little e. Next slide, please. So, little e is common, yeah, and also big C, yeah. So this is can if transfuse but still have little c, big A. So it's called allo antibody or allo immunization. So that is why now we want to socialization about the phenotyping examination. First for rhesus blood typing. Next slide, please. If we already do the antigen examination, yeah, antigen testing examination, so patients are given the most compatible donor blood. And patients are protected from transfusion reaction. This is in accordance with the purpose of precision medicine, right? In my previous slide. Yeah? So the time to prepare the blood, the donor blood that meets the patient need is shortened. The patient baseline antigen or alloantibody data in the donor blood antigen or are review. We can also doing with the cross-match with the electronic. So, but must be in the documented. It must be valid. Yeah. So it will be increase the safety of blood transfusion in patient. Yeah. Next slide. So the strategy for initiating donor and blood and patient red blood cell antigen testing, we're selecting the donor to be examined. Yeah, we first choose the blood O type. Yeah, and the first we antigen typing for the rhesus. Yeah, And we documented this, yeah, with the document, the filed document, yeah. So next slide. So it's to be the document in computer. Yeah. So if we do the computer cross-match, we already have a document about the antigen blood group and also antibody from the patient or from the donor. So we can do the computer cross-match. Next slide, please. So the computer cross-match can, but cannot be done if we difficulty determine the patient blood type, more than one alloantibody, the patient rarely detected antigen, or the infant patient. Yeah, so it must be doing the serological or conventional examination. Yeah. So next slide, the last slide. So the closing remarks, knowledge, research, and types of examination in the field of immunohematology have developed, including its application in the field of precision medicine, which allow for more accurate and effective blood services based on genetic characteristic, environment, and lifestyle. The development of precision immunohematology in the field of blood services, one of the which is the examination of blood group antigen, genotyping or phenotyping. It is important to understand the science of immunohematology, including that develop. Thank you. Okay, thank you
Okay,
very much
thank you
for
so
the.
much. Thank you so
Okay,
much, Dr. Ria, for excellent
yeah.
presentation. So, from Dr. Ria explanation, we can conclude that immunohematology plays a critical role in supporting precision medicine by enabling more personalized and safer transfusion practices. In the era of precision medicine, transfusion strategies are no longer limited to basic ABO and rhesus compatibility, but increasingly incorporate extend blood group phenotyping, genotyping, and detailed antibody identification. This individualist approach reduces transfusion reaction, improves clinical outcomes, and enhance overall patient safety. So, Dr. Ria, you have to remain in the Zoom room for a few moments as we proceed to the discussion session. And now,
Okay.
let us move on to our fifth speakers. Our fifth speaker here is Dr. Hans Freeling. So, before he explain his presentation, let me read his CV first. Dr. Hans Freeling was graduate from Medical School, University of Amsterdam on August 1985, and on December 1998 he was graduated from Transfusion Medicine Specialist, University of Amsterdam. His working experiences, his transfusion and apheresis medicine specialist, unit of transfusion medicine of Sanquin Blood Supply, and he also senior consultant of the apheresis department of the unit of transfusion medicine of Sanquin Blood Supply. But now, per May 2025, he was retired from Sanquin Blood Supply Foundation. So, Dr. Hans, how are you? It's glad to see you again.
Yeah, we met each other 2 days ago, 3 days ago, when I was in Yogyakarta. So I returned yesterday from Yogyakarta, and now I'm back.
I know you're back to Yogyakarta again.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Dr. Hans, he will present about solid phase adherence of red cell assays as advanced technology for antibody screening in blood products. In this presentation, he will discuss the principle of SPARCAS, its advantages compared to conventional methods, and its role in improving the accuracy and reliability of antibody screening in blood practices. So, Dr. Hans, you have 30 minutes to explain your presentation, and the time, also the screen, is yours.
Ya, terima kasih banyak, Dr. Aulia. So, thank you so much. I retired indeed with Sanquin, so I'm not allowed to use the logo anymore. And I do not work anymore in Belanda, but that's only 1% of the world. In the 99 other percent of the world, including Indonesia. As said, I was just coming back from Yogyakarta from the ACT meeting organized by Dr. Teguh Triyono from Dr. Sajito Hospital in Yogyakarta. And it's a pleasure to be here, and I thank you for the invitation from the organizing committee. Can I have next slide, please? So I would like to acknowledge my colleague Marga. Marga is specialist in immunohematology and did her master's and her thesis on that. And she helped me a little bit, and she is also known in Indonesia. We were several times together in Indonesia to discuss, amongst others, with Dr. Ria and on the possibilities for the phenotyping and genotyping of all the antigens, what Dr. Ria mentioned just a few minutes ago. So next slide. No disclosures. Next slide. Next, please. Okay. So as Dr. Ria told you, we have 398 antigens. This is per November. Are also the same. So November 2025. And what you do see is we want compatibility as explained. So we need to do an antibody screening. And in fact, that's what you do also when you do a cross match. So antibody screening is performed to detect clinically significant antibodies, but we don't do antibody screening for the red cells because everybody of us has antibodies against the ABO system, but to non-ABO red cell antibodies. So that's the reason for antibody screening. Yes, next. So non-ABO blood types. Next. So we need to look very closely to this to these cells, the beautiful red cell. Yes, next. And especially to the membrane. Next. So when we look very into detail into the membrane, you see on the upside of the slide, we have the outer surface, and the inside, the lower side is the inner side of the cell, a red cell. And what you do see is all kind of, I call it antennas or chimneys sticking out, and all variations you see, and all these variations, what you see is lipids, glycolipids, sugars, other proteins, and everything has a function. We don't know always all the functions, but what we do know is that all these antennas sticking out from the membrane, these are the blood types, what are the red cell, and are so antigens. Yes, please. So we know that the blood types are formed by the presence or the absence of antigens on the red cell membrane. This could be proteins, carbohydrates, glycoproteins, glycolipids, etc. Yes, please. Next slide. But what is an antigen? Next. So as already mentioned by Dr. Ria, we can make an antibody against something we don't have. And an antigen is a substance that could evoke an immune response. Evoke means could lead to an immune response. And this is for red cells, we call this an antibody production. Yes, please. Next. So As said, and this was the status on 21 of November 2025, with 48 blood group systems, 398 and different antigens. And as already mentioned by Dr. Ria also, about 20 of them are important for the daily practice. The remainder are still reported, but the most important are these 20. And as mentioned, that's the ABO system, of course, but also the rhesus system, the CAL, the Duffy, and the big S's, these kind of things. And the remainder, yes, they can make antibodies, as also already mentioned by Dr. Ria, and can be important and can lead to very severe hemolytic diseases in the transfused patients. Yes, please. Next. So we have various systems, as said. So the CAL, the Duffy, the KIT, the MNS system, Lutheran system, other systems. So we all have antibodies. As mentioned by Dr. Ria, we get them during pregnancy, while we're in the womb of our mother, or just after that, after birth. So they are always present, and they are caused because we come into contact with the sugars that form the blood types A, B, AB in our blood. So, and these could be plants, bacteria, etc. So they are everybody present. And everybody present, we named as in transfusion immunohematology the natural antibody or the regular antibody. All others, we don't have antibodies in a just born situation. So we can only make these antibodies after contact with this. So after a blood contact usually. And we name this irregular antibodies. Yes, please. Next. So highest significant, the CAL, the rhesus factors, the KIT, the Duffy, the Lutheran, and the MNS system. So the small and the big S. Yes, please. So let's talk about screening for these antibodies, for these antigens and potentially antibodies. Yes, please. So as said, natural antibodies are formed by the sugars, and we see that only one different sugar is, so the N-acetylgalactosamine is the sugar which is placed on the galactose, as you see on the right side of the figures. What you see is making the blood type A, and when this is replaced by a B, the galactose, then it's blood type T. So we have isohemagglutinins. They are directed against the antigens of the ABO system. Usually they appear in the first months or year of our life. Yes, please. Yes, please. This is usually not an IgG, but this is an IgM, a very large immunoglobulin. Yes, please. Next. The irregular, we don't have, as explained, and was known. Usually, it's a non-ABO antibody, and what you do see is that this is usually an IgG, and they may develop after a first exposure to foreign antigens, not only a first but also a second exposure. Yes, please. Next. So we need to realize, and this, as explained by Dr. Ria, we can develop antibodies, but we are in this session with about 150 participants, and all 150 of us react differently. So there is a different immunogenicity in our body. Yes, please. As explained, the D factor is the highest. So 80%, so 8 of 10 people that are D negative are transfused with D positive blood, get antibodies, MTD. Oh, you can say, that's not that important. But when you are a woman and you are D negative, so you're really in a bad luck, because the chance that you find a good man that is D negative is almost zero. But so you will find a D positive man regularly, and then you have possibilities to form an anti-D. And you think also 30% of you, the majority, almost 100% of you is D positive. Is it really D positive? The D factor, the D antigen, has a lot of antigens, and in these antigens we have enormous mutations. So the D variant can develop an anti-D, and 30% of you, these are the latest figures, 30% of you in Indonesia are D variant and can develop an anti-D. And these figures of 30% do come from Dr. Tony and presented last week in Yogyakarta during the course which was given. So 80%, so 8 in 10, but 5 in 100 cal. Is this important? Yes. As Dr. Ria explained, cal is 0.5% present in Indonesia. The small c, and the big E are about 2%. Remainder is less important. The reasons small e and the big C are about 1 in 10,000, and remainder is much, much, much lower. So we don't worry about that much. But we do worry in multi-transfused patients, as explained by Dr. Wan from Malaysia. Yes, next, please. So also the antibody itself is not always important. How is the reaction, the avidity? Is it sticky or not? Is it an IgG or an IgM? Does it give complement activation? And if it's present, is it giving a severe hemolysis reaction and transfusion? Some antibodies don't give antibody. The anti-big M is a cold antibody, usually not active at 37 degrees. So we don't worry that much about an anti-big M. And that's the reason that you do in multi-transfused patients. And what explained also by Dr. Ria is when you have already an antibody, then you have 20 to 25% chance on making new antibodies in the red cell system. Next. So how do you get these antibodies? By blood transfusions, of course, by pregnancy, organ transplants, specific infections, you can make antibodies, and also in diseases as an autoimmune hemolytic anemia, the Kala disease and the Waldenström's disease, you can make antibodies even without coming into contact with foreign red blood cell antigens. Yes, please. Most important to understand are the blood transfusions, and in not only the blood transfusions but also the pregnancies. So what you do see is that, as discussed, is antibody screening in blood donors needed. So when this, yes, please, next slide. So what we do know is, and that's also a part of Dr. Ria, in which is now the lead when you go to the fractionation also, blood components for transfusion should not contain irregular antibodies of clinical significance. That's the standard. So in plasma or in other plasma in the blood components, so when you have red blood cells, platelets, and plasma, so they should not have clinically relevant antibodies at a dilution of more than 1 to 32. So only the very strong. So we can detect them by dilution series. And here you see some of the dilution series from negative to positive, from positive to negative in specific series. So, for instance, you see in example A, positive until the two last ones, the small dot is negative in that way. So you see that you can find the titer by making dilutions. Yes, please. So also donors have irregular antibodies because they could be pregnant. They could have been pregnant or could have had blood transfusion. So the remainder we don't worry in the blood transfusion service about, because donors with an organ transplant, they are not allowed to donate according to the regulations. And also what you do see is that other causes, yes, sometimes we find after tuberculosis or specific diseases, we find an antibody, but usually those donors that have made spontaneously antibodies are too sick to come to donate, so we'll find them anyway. Yes, please. So when we want to do antibody screening in blood products, yes, we need to do also antibody screening in the blood donors. And that's what is important also. Yes, please. And that's what Dr. Ria was working on, meaning that when you screened all your blood donors, you know exactly that they don't have high titers. You don't need to do any minor cross matches anymore. So saves money, saves time, etc. And this could be done only once. And this is being done already. So abandoning the minor cross match is done now in Dr. Sajito Hospital, as told by the lead pathologist in that hospital to me last week. Yes, please. So what do we do in Belanda? We screen always in the complete donor pool, and everybody is screened in Belanda, and this should be preferably also in Indonesia. And then when you have them all, then only you need to do the first-time donors and regular donors with a history of pregnancy and transfusions since the last donation. So it's not everybody that needed to be tested anymore when you have once tested. So you can do only by making a good questionnaire, and you have a good questionnaire in Indonesia. UDPMI has a very nice questionnaire which is being used in whole of Indonesia and rather similar to the questionnaires used all over the world. Yes, please. So my message to you is screening on irregular antibodies in blood establishments, no mass screening of all donations, but only limited numbers of donors will be tested after everything is known already. Yes, please. So why is this important? Because we want safe patients. Safe patients that get a transfusion, because you give the transfusion to let them survive. And most important, what you have is that red cells sticking together, and this is called agglutination. Yes, please. So the agglutination is caused because the receptors, so the antigens, are caught by immunoglobulins, and they stick to each other. So they stick. Everybody is all the red cells are sticking together because of the immunoglobulins, and this is causing an agglutination. Very afraid of what we are in transfusion medicine is the hemolysis. So after activation of the complement system, so many of these antibodies can also activate the complement system, and that is breaking down the red cell, and then you can have mild to very severe hemolysis of the red cell, meaning hemoglobin is coming free after bursting of the red cell. Yes, please. So we need to test them to avoid agglutination. Yes, please. So yes, in pediatric patients, because they are so small, we want no antibodies at all. But when it's an adult, even with the small adults you have in Indonesia with females of less than 40 kilos, then you can avoid the 1 to 22 because you get a dilution. So don't worry about the low titers, but worry about the high titers. But for the pediatric transfusions and many units going to pediatric, there should be no antibody in it. Yes, please. So the total blood volume of the pediatric is much different from yours. So a child of 3 kilos has only about 300 mils of whole blood, and maybe even a little bit less, between 275 and 300 mils. So when you add there blood with antibodies from the donor, you will have severe hemolytic transfusion reactions. Yes, please. And when you do give the same unit to an adult with 3-4 liters of blood, this is only a very limited amount of plasma which is coming in with the red cell. So we don't worry about that much. Maybe a few cells will be hemolyzed, but this is normal in our body also. Yes, please. So I highlighted this. So as mentioned already, and therefore I can go very quickly. When you find a red cell antibody, you should identify as told by Dr. Ria. Yes, please. So we need to find what antibody is there. Yes, please. So what is the alloantibody presence? And so, as said, alloimmunization is linked to transfusion and pregnancies. And when we just test the general population, then what we do see is that about 2 to 3%, so 2 to 3 in 100 patients, have antibodies. In females, we have 6 to 10%, and polytransfused patients already. So sickle cell disease, you don't have sickle cell disease, but the beta thalassemia patients between 10 and 25%. These are data, by the way, in Indonesia itself. Yes, please. Next one. So based on the complete number of donors you have, you need to make risk analysis and decisions. So what titer what you have, and what you do have also is you need to identify the irregular antibody when it's present. Yes, please. So how do we do this? So we mix blood, and what you do see is that irregular antibodies are typically of the IgG class, and the ABO antibody is of the M class. So we can't mix in the normal way. When we mix it in the normal way with an IgM, we see the agglutination in our tests, but not possible in the IgGs. So how can you do this? You can do it with tubes, you can do it with gel cards, you can do it on slides, you can do it on the microtiters plates. Yes, please. So there is a difference. IgM is very small, and the red cell is covered with an electric layer, and the IgM cannot pass this. So when you want to stick together two red cells, then what you do see is that IgM is not possible. IgG is not possible in doing this. IgM is. So in the ABO, in the direct cross match, so you mix serum of the patient with blood of the donor, the IgM will stick. So the differences in ABO we can find. Yes, please. But not for the IgGs. For the IgGs, we need the indirect antiglobulin test. Yes, please. And the principle is this: what you do the donor serum together with the red blood cells, and for the it's similar to the normal cross match. What you do, the major cross match, what you do is also for the detection of the antibodies. So donor serum you do in the RBC test panels. So the test panels, red cell panels, are explained by Dr. Ria, very strictly selected donor panels you can buy, but you need to wait then, and you add so for the you have to do a waiting period to let them stick to the red cells. Then you add an anti-human IgG to it, and then you have to wait into centrifuge again, and then you can see the agglutination. So indirectly, you make you detect the antibody in the same way. So this way, this takes, yes, please.
Dr. Hans, you still have 5 minutes left.
Yes, okay. So you need several centrifuge steps, you need an incubation time and these kind of things. So yes, please. So you do this with donor panels as mentioned by Dr. Ria. Yes, please. And when you find something, so you find then a positive reaction. So when you find a positive reaction, in this case a 3+, in R2 is the how it's mentioned in the American literature, which is the big E, small c of Dr. Ria in both cases. So small c, big E, and it's D positive. So you find here, and then you can by selecting the pluses, you can easily see what could be the possibilities. Yes, please. So in the 10 or 11 cells panel, as explained, so the much larger cell, panel, you see then suddenly come out that this is an anti-big E. Yes, please. So covering of antibodies is possible. Yes, please. We can do this with tubes, as said. We can do this with the column technology. Then you can have a manual and automated procedure, and the microtiter plates. And usually everybody is thinking that this is always automated, but you can also do this manual. Yes, please. And it's exactly the same technology. I had to talk about SPARCAS, solid phase adherence of red cell assays. And this is usually in the microtiter plate. Yes, please. So yes, please. So in the solid phase, you need to fix a solid surface to the microtiter plate. So you make, in fact, specific antigens you bind into this microtiter plate. Yes, please. It's very sensitive. Yes, please. It can be done manually and automated. And it's used in blood banking to detect and identify red blood cell antibodies. And also you can do also with this blood group phenotyping. And you can also use it for HLA typing, by the way. It's depending on how you code your well. Yes, please. it's not a standard 96, so as or what you do for the TTI testing, but you need a flat bottom plate, and these are much more expensive than the normal standard micro wells. Plus, please. So use this micro well plate. Yes, please. And then you have to incubate this at 4 degrees, and then also specifically, then you have to remove the solution. You have to wash the complete well. Yes, please. Be aware that this is very difficult and a very critical process when you want to do this by yourself, because when you do something wrong here, you will miss antibodies. So yes, please. So you need to validate completely your system extensively and be sure that you don't miss anything. Yes, please. So in the well, you add the donor plasma or the patient plasma and some Liz, and then you need to wait for the incubation time to bind for the binding of the antibodies to the coated well. Yes, please. You wash away. Yes, please. And then you have to add an indicator specifically, and usually there is an enzyme or fluorescence bound to that, so you can see this. Yes, please. And then you have to detect this. So it's a few steps, but it's very specific and very sensitive when you do well. Yes, please. So very clear. It's very you can read. So the machines can read this. You can read this with eye, and you have to form this as a smooth layer. So when you have a round bottom well or a pointed arrow pointed bottom well, you get a sliding pot potentially. So you see a positive or negative. So then you have false negatives as seen on the right side. Yes, please. So be aware of this, that this layer need to be done, or this need to be done in a flat well. It's very important. So it remains in this way. And when it's coated okay, that's not a problem. But when you want to have a clear endpoint and no false negatives, then take the right plate, because otherwise you will fail in this. Please, next plate. Next.
Dr.
Flat
Han,
bottom.
you still have a minute left.
Yeah. And I lose 5 minutes because of the reaction of doing this not by yourself. So, okay, next plate, next slide. So you can do 2, 3 cell panels. You can 10, 12 panels, and you can do the out control with this for each donor, of course. Yes, please. So normally you'd need 3 or 4 wells of the 96 per donor. So you can do a lot of donors per microtite plate. Yes, please. You need to validate the volumes and test red cells, incubation steps, etc. Otherwise, your product is not validated and you cannot be GMP accredited. Yes, please. Pros. High sensitivity, clear endpoints. You can do it manually and automated, and less waste compared to the other tests. Please, next. The cons are many high false positives and false negatives. False positives because of autoimmune diseases, cancers, pregnancies, or recent infusions, and are very expensive compared to others. Specific micro well plates are needed, and the coating of the wells is very difficult and very critical. Yes, please. So, yes, please. when we look at Belanda, 17,000 kilometers away from Indonesia, we don't use them because it's very difficult to make. We use microvalves, but we use it on another way. Yes, please. Yes, please. So in summary, we need to test our donors for irregular antibodies, and this was also the message of Dr. Ria, because they can cause potentially hemolysis in the recipient. Yes, please. Blood components should be free of antibodies, of clinical significance at least. Yes, and irregular antibodies are mainly caused by blood transfusion in pregnancy. So you can have a good selection of your donor. In fact, not blood components should be tested, but your donor should be tested. So when you donate, you use 1 million red cell units per year in specific region, you have to do 1 million tests at least. But when these 1 million products come from about 750,000 donors, so you'll do less tests. So this is important. Test your donor also because of the availability of your red cell units directly, and then you can do the electronic cross matching as mentioned by Dr. Ria. Yes, please. So only in already screened donor pool, only first-time donors and repeat donors need to be tested. So repeat regular donors with a history of pregnancy of transfusion since the last donation. So this is the reason of the question in the questionnaire: have you been pregnant since the last donation? So these kind of, did you have a blood transfusion since the last donation? So, and also, are you feeling healthy since the last donation? So these kind of things, that's the background of the questions in the questionnaire of UDD PMI. Yes, please. We can do screening for irregular antibodies in donors in tubes, in gel cards, microvalve plates. Yes, please. And we need to realize that we need to do an indirect antiglobulin test anyway with a 2 or a 3 cells panel. Yes, please. So we need to detect, we need to realize, and these are important studies what were performed by Dr. Ria the last 5-6 years. So which antigens do you have? So what Dr. Tony told us last week is that in the D factor there are many variations, and when you have this, you need to realize that 30% of the Indonesians do have a variant D factor that could be cause antibodies, but also could so antibodies in patients, but also when you are D positive, you can have a D positive donation donor, but also get antibodies of that. Important for the blood bank is also the titer testing and the antibody identification. So we know exactly what's in it, because we need to mention this also for the fractionation and be aware of that. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak to all listeners. And I'm available for the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hans, for the insightful and comprehensive presentation. It clearly highlights how advanced laboratory technologies can significantly enhance transfusion safety and efficiency. So let me resume about these materials. The solid phase adherence of red cell assays or SPARCAS is an advanced immunohematology technique used for antibody screening and identification in blood transfusion services. Unlike conventional tube testing methods, SPARCAS utilize microplate wells coated with red cell antigens or antibodies, allowing antigen-antibody reactions to occur on a solid surface. So, Let's move on to our discussion session. And at this point, we would like to open the floor for questions from the audience. If you have any questions, you can submit them through designated platform. So, there is a question to Dr. Ria Syafitri. The question is from Eka Pratiwi from Stikes Gunabangsa, Yogyakarta. As a midwife in primary care, how can we early detect mothers at risk of irregular antibodies to prevent severe newborn jaundice, considering our limited laboratory facilities? So, Dr. Ria.
Oke, terima kasih. Mbak, saya jawabnya pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya, diterangin aja nanti ya,
Oke,
biar lebih
dokter.
enak, lebih jelas. Kasihan juga nih Ibu Eka Pratiwi. Baik, thank you. Actually, the newborn jaundice tidak selalu disebabkan karena kemungkinan apa namanya adanya antibodi pada ibu ya. Nah, untuk memastikan bahwa memang ada antibodi pada ibu yang menyebabkan terjadinya kuning pada si bayi, maka harus diperiksa juga terhadap golongan darah si ibu. Umumnya terjadinya misalnya karena yang disebut newborn jaundice itu karena disebabkan karena hemolytic disease of the newborn, maka biasanya ya karena si ibu resusnya negatif, si bayinya resus positif, atau golongan darah si ibu itu golongan O, si bayi itu golongan A atau AB. A atau B. AB kan nggak mungkin, ya kan? A atau B. Nah, untuk itu periksa dulu itu golongan darah semuanya, ya, harus diperiksa untuk memeriksa kemungkinan terjadinya hemolytic disease of the newborn. Apakah karena resus ataukah hemolytic disease of the newborn karena ABO. Kalau hanya karena ABO biasanya tidak terlalu menjadi permasalahan ya. Biasanya dijemur atau dengan inkubator diberi ultraviolet itu biasanya bisa membaik. Tetapi tergantung juga dengan titer antibodinya si ibu. Misalnya tetapi dia punya titer antibodi anti A dan anti B. Kalau golongan darah O kan pasti punya anti A dan anti B. Kalau dia titer anti A dan anti B-nya mungkin salah satunya tinggi, kemudian si anaknya ini golongannya misalnya A, maka bisa terjadi hemolytic disease of the newborn yang menyebabkan si bayi penyakit jaundice-nya atau kuningnya agak parah. Nah, kalau yang seperti ini maka harus dilakukan exchange transfusi gitu ya. Nah, jadi gimana caranya mendeteksi dini? Yang pertama lakukan periksa golongan darah pada si ibu. Kalau bayi kan belum mungkin ya karena ada di dalam perutnya ya sedang hamil, maka suaminya juga diperiksa ya. Suaminya juga diperiksa. Kalau si ibunya resus negatif kemungkinan, kemudian si bapak resus positif, jadi kan kemungkinan anaknya resus positif juga besar, itu bisa terjadi HDN resus positif, resus. Tapi kalau si ibunya O, si bapaknya kemudian sama-sama O ya nggak masalah. Tapi kemudian si bapaknya ternyata golongannya A atau mungkin AB atau mungkin B ya yang bisa juga menyebabkan si anaknya bergolongan A atau B, maka bisa terjadi HDN ABO. Tapi tetap harus melihat titer anti A dan anti B-nya si ibu gitu. Ya, jadi yang pertama lakukan periksa golongan darahnya. Ya, itu makanya pasti harus diperiksa. Kalau kemudian terjadi HDN, kemudian mau dilakukan transfusi tukar, maka crossmatch-nya, pemeriksaannya untuk menyiapkan darah exchange transfusinya, maka juga harus direaksikan dengan darah si ibu. Karena antibodi yang ada pada si bayi berarti berasal dari antibodi si ibu yang diturunkan atau masuk di dalam plasenta. Nah, tadi tuh antibodi A dan antibodi B yang ada di dalam darah ibu itu adalah bukan yang IgM, tetapi yang IgG-nya. Gitu, ya. Oke. Sorry ya Mbak Aulia, di Inggriskan deh.
May I add something?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes,
Yes.
Dr.
Prof.
Hans.
Hans bisa bahasa Indonesia,
Yeah.
jadi langsung tahu beliau.
Yeah. So very important indeed the prevention. So I tell you about the Balanda practices. At week 12 of the pregnancy, every female is going to the midwife and will be tested for the ABO blood type, but also for the presence and the ABO and D blood type, of course, in Belanda, and for the presence of irregular antibodies. At week 28, this is repeated. So we know already then which woman has antibodies and which woman doesn't have antibodies. When you don't have antibodies, you have a very small chance to develop antibodies. When you do have already antibodies, you have a much higher chance and is your child of much more risk. We know also that the CAL is the anti-big K is very important to understand because this can cause already intrauteral death of the fetus. So we want to know this in advance already. So trying to avoid the exchange transfusions already. And we try to also to reduce, and this is work what I'm doing at presently together with, and what we try to do for this, is a little bit in the field of Prof. Isma from Malaysia, Malacca. Not Malacca, Malaysia. And what you do see is we give now females not standard transfusion anymore, but which is selected for CE-cal, so CE-cal compatible blood components to females to avoid also the development of the antibodies. So sorry for the additional time, Dr. Ria, but I added some things.
Yeah, thank you, Hans. But in Indonesia, Cal, most of Indonesian person is a big, little K.
Yeah, yeah. But when
yeah, we
they
found
have
also,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, yes, but you found in the 8,000 donors you tested 43 big K positives. So 5 in 1,000. So 5 in 1,000 females find that a big K negative, find a K positive husband.
Yes, correct. And also clinically significant, yeah, Hans,
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ria and Dr. Hans. So next questions is for Dr. Hans. This question is from Zaki Maulana, Stikes Rajakusi, Bojonegoro. So the question is, what extent can Sparkas reduce delayed hemolytic transfusion reactions compared with gel and tube methods, and what evidence is required to justify its routine use in blood banks?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, and thank you for the question. So, to be honest, there is not that much. So when you have a good people working in the laboratory, and usually this is so, then the Sparka is a little bit more sensitive, but less specific usually. So when you look very good and you have a good hand in the shaking of your tubes, then it's equal to the gel test and the Sparka. So this is a really nice test, maybe a little bit less sensitive, but that's not for anyway. The delayed hemolytic transfusion reaction is maybe a little bit less because what you do have is for a delayed transfusion reaction, you need to have the antigen absent, but you had contact. Let's say in the kit section. So you had a kit incompatible transfusion in the past. You developed the IgG against that, and these are in time because the halfway time of an IgG is only 28 days. So they can be very low time of the next transfusion, so undetectable, and maybe then with a very, very, very sensitive test, you can find them still, but usually they are not detectable, but your immune system is better than all the detections and will find these antigens again and will very quickly make the IgGs again from your immune cells, so your B cells, and then you have the delayed hemolytic transfusion reaction. So a large answer on that. Which test ever you do, it's not to avoid delayed antigen and transfusion reactions, but then you need to do more the phenotyping or genotyping of all donors and patients.
Mbak Aulia boleh nambahin nggak ya? Hans, can I add
Of course.
ya, actually Pak Zaki, sebenarnya yang paling penting itu adalah ngerjakan screening antibody. Terutama mungkin dipilih dulu pada pasien yang multitransfusi gitu. Karena dia kan sering transfusi tuh, kemungkinan membentuk autoantibody dia akan tinggi. Maka yang paling penting adalah lakukan pemeriksaan screening antibody pada pasien yang tanda kutip kemungkinan akan mendapatkan transfusi yang sering. Itu yang paling penting. Mau milih yang Sparka atau metode gel atau tabung sama aja sebenarnya ya. Tadi Hans sudah menerangkan kan. Tapi yang paling penting adalah mengerjakan screening antibody. Kalau belum mampu untuk semua pasien ya yang pertama dipilih adalah yang kemungkinan akan transfusi multitransfusi. Gitu kira-kira. Ya, tambahannya izin. Thanks, Han. Thanks, Bu.
Yeah, that's the reason that in more and more countries, and what that's also something what we would like to study in on Java is to give CE and Cal compatible blood to the better TEL patients. We're not worried about the accident patient that needs 100 units. No, we are worried about the better TEL patient that needs in a lifetime 100 units. So
Yes.
every year 10, 20 units.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you so much, both Dr. Ria and Dr. Hans, for the great explanation. There are so many questions, but during the limitation of time, we can continue to our discussion session. But don't worry, to the participant who have asking the questions for our speakers, we can send the questions to the speakers, and after
Yeah.
that the answer will send into groups.
Ya, silakan,
Yes.
silakan Mbak Aulia. Yes, yes.
Okay.
You can share
Thank you
to me.
very much for the insightful questions and engaging discussion. We would like to share the appreciation certificate for both speakers. The first certificate is for Dr. Ria Shafitri Evi Gantini, and the second certificate is for Dr. Hans Freeling. On
Thank
behalf
you.
of the
Thank
organizing
you. Terima
committee,
kasih.
express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Ria and Dr. Hans for sharing their valuable knowledge and expertise with us today. As the moderator of this session, I sincerely apologize for any limitation, imperfections, or inconvenience that may have occurred during this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our discussion session. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Have a wonderful day. The screen is given back to Ismi Habibah.
Thank you, Mbak Aulia. Thank you, Hans.
Bye
Miss
bye
you
bye. I
very
missed you last
much.
week.
Yes.
Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you all of.
Thank you to Miss Aulia Rahman, SSE and Biotech for moderating the session. The next agenda is the announcement of the poster and video competition winners. First is announcement of the poster competition winner. The third winner is congratulations to Adinda Lazwa Rizky, Maulidia, Andrea Nanda Wijaya, dan Devina Nabila Safitri from Stikers Pemkap Jombang. The second winner is congratulations to Daniel Tohab Sianturi, Nadia Aviantita, dan Rizka Tiara Mildivi from Universitas Sumatera Utara. And here is what we've been waiting for. The first winner is congratulations to Rifan Dwi Chandra dari Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Then, announcement of the video competition winners. The third winner is congratulations to Tora Rizal Pratama from Universitas Negeri Surabaya. The second winner is congratulations to Nida Nur Rahmania dan Madamaya Uma Faza from Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta.
Global blood transfusions issue. Breaking news.
The first winner is congratulations to Nohan Nur Adnan, Furqan Abdul Ghaffar, dan M. dari Fawaz Khairullah from University of Tanjung Pura. Each
At the starting of the week, at Summit Talks, you'll hear them speak. It's only Monday.
winner may contact the organizing committee. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is a break and prayer session. Presenters are kindly requested to remain in the Zoom room. The presenter session will resume at 1 p.m. Thank you to all seminar participants for attending this event. On behalf of the committee, I sincerely apologize for any shortcomings during the course of this event. Good afternoon.